Chapter 453. It was David's first time flying above a swarm of zergs. He had a grade 3 defense exoskeleton armor. Although there were many zergs this time, there were no flying zergs. This allowed him to fly freely in the air. Of course, to make up for his lack of speed, David activated his extreme speed ability to increase his speed a little. He looked at the Cyclops giant beetle on the ground. Although many zergs had stepped on its body, there were no additional wounds on its thick skin. David released a high-frequency sonic wave towards the Cyclops giant beetle. This time, the high-frequency sonic wave spread out and affected all the zergs in the area. If it was David's position, he would see that the zergs near the Cyclops giant beetle suddenly froze on the spot. David used this opportunity to descend. The moment he landed on the ground, he swung the grade 3 heavy axe in his hand, and all the insectoids around him were sliced in half, instantly clearing out an empty space around him. David knew that time was running out. Even if he was wearing a grade 3 defense exoskeleton armor, he could not stay in the middle of the zergs. Although the grade 3 defense exoskeleton armor could protect him from being cut, it could not guarantee that he would not be injured by the zerg's huge force. Even if the impact of one zerg could only slightly injure him, if he was trapped in a swarm of zergs, the injuries would accumulate and become fatal. Even the Transcendent would not dare to be trapped in a swarm of zergs, especially if there were zergs with special abilities. The exoskeleton armor's physical defense would not be able to withstand special abilities. Therefore, David needed to end the battle quickly. With 2 consecutive horizontal sweeps, he cleared out all the insectoids around the Cyclops giant beetle. Then, he swung his grade 3 heavy axe towards the Cyclops giant beetle's head. Before slashing down, David simultaneously activated Strength Increase and Strength Overlap, these 2 strength talents. The grade 3 heavy axe carried Kaji's strength at its peak, and with the addition of Strength Boost, David's heavy chop exceeded Kaji's strength limit. However, such a heavy blow only managed to cut open the skin on the Cyclops giant beetle's neck. This showed how strong the defense of a level 3 insectoid was. However, at this moment, the overlapping powers talent came into play, and a second force followed, pushing the grade 3 heavy axe downwards. David had already decided on the location of the heavy chop. It was the exact spot where the roaring sniper rifle had broken a spine. Therefore, with the activation of his overlapping strength talent, the level 3 heavy axe sliced off the Cyclops giant beetle's head without any resistance. David casually picked up the head of the Cyclops giant beetle and leaped into the air without hesitation. Just as he leaped into the air, the effect of the high-frequency sonic wave had just ended. The zergs swarmed towards David. Only a few zergs that were closest to David, who was leaping into the air, were cleaved into 2 by the level 3 heavy axe. Captain Macaulay, who was at the back, was extremely nervous. He began to regret when he saw David fall into the zerg swarm. He regretted agreeing to let David participate in the close combat, and regretted not explicitly telling David not to go deep into the zerg swarm. However, Captain Macaulay did not expect that someone would dare to go into the zerg swarm on the battlefield. Captain Macaulay forcibly resisted the idea of letting Kaji's battle formation move forward to rescue David. Although the order of the Transcendent Babington was important, it was too late to save him now. Besides, even if it was not too late, they did not have the ability to push back in the zerg swarm. Just as Captain Macaulay was regretting, he saw David rise into the air with a head in his hand. Damn, I forgot to tell Major David that the spoils of war on the battlefield are collected collectively, not privately owned. Captain Macaulay slapped his head and blamed himself. He thought that the reason why David was so desperate was because of the eye of the Cyclops giant beetle. This was a rare material even for the Transcendent, so its value is naturally very high. I'll tell Major David when he returns. Captain Macaulay thought in his heart, but suddenly he saw that David did not return. Instead, he continued to fly towards the back of the zerg swarm. David did not care about what Captain Macaulay was thinking. He was now feeling the comfortable feeling of the shadow attendant after absorbing the soul of the Cyclops giant beetle. It was probably only on a battlefield like this that he could have the chance to easily absorb the soul of a level 3 Zerg. If it was not for the large number of Kaji blocking in front of him, as well as the Gaussian cannons and many sniper Kaji shooting together, he probably would not have had the chance to attack after the first snipe. The level 3 Zergs would have immediately discovered him and started to chase after him, an existence that could threaten them. The chaotic battlefield covered David's sniping. In addition to the Gaussian cannons and other sniper Kaji shooting, it made it even harder for the level 3 Cyclops giant beetle to discover the super large caliber level 3 sniper bullet from the Roarer sniper rifle. David had already decided on the plan to come to Warstar. If the Shadow Attendant wanted to absorb as many souls as possible, the best choice was to come to the battlefield. Only in an environment like the battlefield would there be a large number of souls to absorb. David was not a homicidal maniac. He would not deliberately kill for the sake of absorbing the souls of the Shadow Attendant. The previous massacres were all out of self-defense. The enemy was stronger than David. If David dared to show any mercy, the result would be David himself being killed. In the face of life and death, David would obviously choose the death of the enemy. Although the time he came to the battlefield was a few years earlier than David had estimated, the speed at which his strength increased had also exceeded his expectations. In just a short period of time, the Shadow Attendant had absorbed the souls of dozens of level 2 Zergs and countless level 1 Zergs. This speed of absorption made David want to stay in 1st Battalion and stay behind the defensive wall. According to Captain Macaulay, there would be a battle of this scale every day. If he continued to participate in this kind of battle, David was confident that his mental strength would increase by a large amount in a short period of time. David flew to the location where the 2nd Cyclops giant beetle had fallen and sent out another high-frequency sound wave, stunning all the Zergs in the area. When David flew up again, the number of Cyclops giant beetle heads in his hand had increased to 2. Captain Macaulay felt that David had gone crazy. For the sole eye of the Cyclops giant beetle, he was crazy enough to risk his life in a swarm of Zergs. However, he was troubled by another problem. When David returned, he did not know how to explain to David how the Warstar military handled spoils of war. If David found out that the eye he had risked his life to bring back was something he could not possess, would David be able to accept? David did not know that Captain Macaulay had always been thinking for him. He had never thought of taking the eye of the Cyclops giant beetle as spoils of war. Taking the head of the Cyclops giant beetle was something he did in passing. The Zerg still did not know that the Cyclops giant beetles were all dead. David picked up the heads of the Cyclops giant beetles to influence the Zergs. Finally, at around 4,000 meters, there were very few Zergs left. David did not even use high-frequency sound wave. He just landed and killed the last Cyclops giant beetle and picked up its head. After casually killing a few nearby Zergs, the mental thread automatically disappeared after losing its target. David used this opportunity to soar into the air. He held the heads of the 3 Cyclops giant beetles in his hands and raised them up high so that the Zergs could see them. When the frenzied insectoids saw the 3 heads of the Cyclops giant beetles, their frenzy instantly subsided. The level 3 insectoids had the ability to control the insectoids, but when the 3 level 3 Cyclops giant beetles died and their heads were seen by the insectoids, the control automatically disappeared and the frenzied insectoids calmed down. The Zergs began to fall into chaos. A portion of the Zergs who saw the 3 Cyclops giant beetle heads wanted to retreat, while another portion of the Zergs who did not see the heads in David's hands continued to advance. The chaos of the Zergs caused the Zergs to lose their momentum, and the pressure on the 15 Kaji formations was greatly reduced. When David flew back to the 1st Battalion's formation, he threw the 3 heads into the formation. The Zergs who were fighting the Kaji in front of the 1st Battalion lost their will to fight, and the Zergs began to fall into chaos. The Kaji from the military would not let go of this opportunity. Under the command of Captain Macaulay, the formation began to move forward. The Zergs who had lost their will to fight were greatly weakened and were pushed forward by the formation, and were continuously stabbed by the spear formation. David saw this opportunity and naturally would not let it go. He quickly rushed to the front of the formation, and with a level 3 heavy axe in his hand, he joined the slaughter. With the major as the arrowhead, changed to the arrow formation. Captain Macaulay saw David's fierce attack and immediately ordered loudly. Almost 500 Kaji immediately began to change their formation. With David as the arrowhead, they used David's momentum to change their formation. Seeing that the arrow formation was formed, David did not have the intention to decline. He increased the speed of the level 3 heavy axe in his hand, and at the same time, increased the speed of his feet moving forward. David's psychic thread was like a precise, guided scan, providing the best attack choice for the level 3 heavy axe in his hand. He only needed to wave the level 3 heavy axe faster, and the level 3 heavy axe would follow the psychic thread and kill the enemy at double the speed. No Zergs could stop David's advance. If the Zergs were not in chaos, it might not be so easy. However, the chaotic Zergs had long lost their will to fight. The slaughter lasted for an hour, and the entire battlefield was littered with Zerg corpses. The medic Kaji began to search for the injured Kaji on the battlefield, while the rest of the Kaji finished off the Zergs that were not dead. This process took another 10 minutes, and all the Kaji retreated to their respective defensive walls. Next, it was the logistics team that went forward to retrieve the resources. Major David, I thank you on behalf of my brothers. Captain Macaulay saluted David as soon as he returned to the defensive wall. You don't have to. This is what I should do. David quickly returned the salute. In truth, David didn't know how heavy the losses of the last battalion were. Every day, there would be more than 100 casualties. The reason why they were able to continue with their morning training despite the tight battle situation was because there were many new reinforcements in the battalion. In just a short week, the original veterans of the 1st Battalion had lost half of their numbers. In a battle of this scale, at least 100 Kaji in the 1st Battalion would die. However, the actual number of Kaji that died was less than 10. The injured Kaji that did not have their limbs amputated only needed to be treated in the genetic repair pod, and then they could go back into battle. The main reason for all of this was David. David had killed 3 Class 3 Cyclops beetles, eliminating the greatest threat. Otherwise, these 3 Class 3 Cyclops beetles would have required the Kaji to work with the 2 Transcendent stationed here to whittle them down. The one with the highest mortality rate was naturally the Kaji with the spear that could injure the Class 3 Zergs. The reason Warstar had requested for a general mobilization was because Warstar had used up too much manpower. Transcendent was not a consumable, so in order to prevent the Transcendent from suffering too many losses, they could only use Kaji to fight against the Class 3 Zergs. Thus, in every attack of the Zergs, the ones with the heaviest casualties were not the Class 1 and Class 2 Zergs, but the few Class 3 Zergs. In order to kill several Class 3 Zergs, the lives of over 1,000 Kaji in the 4th Forward Base had to be expended. If not for David, the terrifying energy attack of the Cyclops beetles would have killed no less than 1,000 Kaji. It was for these 1,000 Kaji that Captain Macaulay was thanking David. Major, if you need the eye of the Cyclops beetle, I can apply for it for you. You were the one who killed all 3 Cyclops beetles, so I'm sure the logistics department will consider this and give you the most authority to distribute them. Captain Macaulay could not help but suggest this when he recalled David's actions on the battlefield. No need. Let's just follow the military rules. David did not want to break the rules as soon as he arrived, nor did he want to be treated differently, so he refused. At this moment, the Kaji of 1st Battalion had all returned to the training area and were waiting for the order to disperse. Attention! Captain Macaulay came to the front of the Kaji and ordered loudly. All the Kaji immediately stood up straight. Let me formally introduce you all. This is the Sniper Master, Major David Kerr. Today, Major David was the one who took action. All 3 Class 3 Zergs were killed by Major David. Captain Macaulay looked at the Kaji and said loudly. Although after the battle, there were rumors among the Kaji, but what Captain Macaulay said still made all the Kaji look at David with reverence. The 10 Kaji snipers looked at him with crazed admiration. Being able to kill Class 3 Zergs with just sniping was the highest goal of any Kaji sniper. It should be known that even a Transcendent would find it difficult to kill a level 3 insectoid alone. David's sniping ability had left a deep impression on these 10 snipers, allowing them to gain a new understanding of sniping. Chapter 454. David didn't stay in 1st Battalion for long before he was invited to the middle of the 15 defensive walls. The 2 Transcendent on duty lived in this defensive wall. David was also invited by the 2 Transcendent. "Master David, please take a seat." As soon as David walked into the living room, the Benton Transcendent immediately greeted him warmly. David wanted to give a military salute as soon as he came in, but the polite Benton Transcendent pressed him down on the sofa. "Thank you." David smiled and thanked him. The Garth Transcendent next to him also smiled and nodded at him. He was not used to the enthusiasm of the 2 Transcendent. The 2 Transcendent were both Major Generals. However, they were different from the Transcendent like the Babington Transcendent. Most of the military Transcendent were more like consecrators in the military. As long as a Transcendent entered the military, they would have the rank of Major General. This was already a tradition. Only the rank of Major General could match the status of these Transcendent powerhouses. The military also used this treatment to retain many Transcendent. If it weren't for the fact that the military Transcendent had too many rules, it was likely that all Transcendent would be willing to join the military. Because no matter what organization, no matter how big the force, the resources they could provide were not as much as the resources the military could provide. It must be known that the military controlled most of the planets in the war zone. Although the insectoids were extremely dangerous, they were also a kind of resource. It was just that this kind of resource could only be obtained by a powerful force. It was because of the endless supply of insectoid resources that the military Transcendent could more easily increase their strength. "Master David, you really live up to your reputation. Your sniping today really opened my eyes." The other Transcendent Garth also praised. Although the 2 Transcendent did not participate in today's war, they had been watching from the sidelines. Once the level 3 insectoids threatened the defensive perimeter, the 2 Transcendent would have to fight the level 3 insectoids. Even if they had to sacrifice Kaji's life to fight the level 3 insectoids, they still needed a Transcendent to hold the level 3 insectoids back. Otherwise, Kaji would not be able to defend against the rank 3 insectoids rampage with just a shield. The consequences would be more casualties. Today, the 2 Transcendent had truly witnessed how terrifying David was. 3 level 3 insectoids could not even get close to the defensive wall before they were all killed by David. Finally, David wielded a grade 3 heavy axe and displayed the strength of a Kaji in close combat. Moreover, his close combat ability far surpassed the Kaji in the army. A sniper master like David, who could provide long-range support and protect himself in close combat, was exactly what they needed. The 4 frontline base had not asked for David just to strengthen the defensive perimeter. Originally, they had thought that no matter how powerful a sniper master was, he would not be able to affect the safety of the defensive perimeter. However, in today's insectoid swarm, it was David who had single-handedly reduced the threat of the insectoid swarm and even caused the insectoid swarm to fall into chaos. "Transcendent, you flatter me," David replied with a smile. "This is Master David's first time on Warstar. Let me introduce you to the situation of the 4th frontline base," the Transcendent Benton said as he displayed a map on the screen. David earnestly looked at the map. This was a military map of Warstar, so the data had to be extremely accurate. Speaking of which, David had never seen an inaccurate map before, because the maps on Warstar were not that easy to obtain. Satellites could not be launched, and the data on Warstar's map needed to be confirmed, so they could only use drones to scan it from above. This was especially true for the areas occupied by the insectoids. An accurate map of those areas required a large number of drones to collect data. This is the Ghostface Spider's gathering area. This is the Armored Rockbug's gathering area. This is the Golden Pincers gathering area. The Transcendent Benton had memorized the information on the map very clearly, so he did not even need to look at the data on the map. He just pointed at each location and casually introduced them. With such a detailed map, why don't we go and wipe out these insectoid gathering areas? David glanced at the map and turned to ask the Transcendent Benton. The Transcendent Benton bitterly smiled. He did not seem to want to talk about it. Benton, what's so hard to talk about? The Transcendent Garth interjected. He turned to David and said, although our Interstellar Federation has the most military forces on Warstar, the real power has always been the great world of God. This is because our ally, the great world of God, is the absolute powerhouse when it comes to high-end combat power. David was stunned. It had to be said that what he had heard was completely different from what the Transcendent Garth had said. In the Interstellar Federation's propaganda, Warstar had relied entirely on the tenacity of its military to hold the line. Now, according to the Transcendent Garth, the Interstellar Federation's military was only a low-end force. The great world of God was the one who truly had the power to make decisions on Warstar. Master David, did you see that war fortress on the way here? The Transcendent Benton asked as he pointed in the direction of the Black War Fortress. David nodded. He still remembered seeing the Black War Fortress on the way here. He had heard from Second Lieutenant Mawson that it was the residence of the great world of God's powerhouse. The people in that war fortress can easily deal with an insectoid swarm like the one we saw today. They can even deal with a level 3 insectoid. The reason 4th Frontline Base can exist here is because this is a defensive zone designated by the great world of God. This defensive zone is the result of a compromise between the insectoids and the great world of God. The top forces of both sides want to maintain a balance, the Transcendent Benton explained. After hearing this, David could not help but feel a sense of yearning. What kind of powerhouse could easily defeat 100,000 insectoids? David was very persistent about becoming stronger. If it weren't for the fact that all the powerful people in the God Great World had to have the corresponding bloodline, and that people without bloodline couldn't learn the corresponding cultivation methods and use enchanted weapons, David would have had the impulse to learn. Don't we still have you, Transcendent? David said with a smile. Transcendent. The Transcendent Benton and Transcendent Garth looked at each other and said helplessly, the Transcendent is just a defective product in the eyes of the powerhouses of the great world of God. The real Transcendent is the powerhouse of the great world of God. Perhaps it was because they were close to the war fortress of the great world of God, but the Transcendent Benton's view of the Transcendent was not as noble as the rest of the Transcendent. Let's not talk about this anymore. Transcendent Garth waved his hand to stop the Transcendent Benton from speaking. He then said to David, Master David, you don't need to participate in the defensive battles for the next 2 days. You can go back and rest after a while and adjust your body. We have some other missions that require your help. What missions? David asked curiously. This was the army. Shouldn't any mission be conveyed in the form of orders? Master David isn't a Transcendent yet. The military has specially opened up a mission system for the Transcendent. Only the Transcendent can enter it. There are missions on the Warstar, and the rewards are very good resources. Transcendent Garth explained. Transcendent was on the Warstar. Although they had to accept the military's arrangements, they still had some autonomy. For example, they could accept missions issued by the military and obtain contribution points from the military. They could then use the contribution points to exchange for the corresponding Transcendent resources. Alternatively, the military Transcendent could freely enter insectoid territory to hunt, and the spoils would be handled by the Transcendent themselves. These were the moves that greatly appealed to the military Transcendent. With the safety of the defensive line, the Transcendent had a high chance of escaping even if they entered dangerous insectoid territory. The powerful insectoids would only stop when they reached the defensive line, because even the powerful insectoids had to take into account the powerhouses of the great world of God. Don't worry, Master David. Although you didn't accept any missions, you'll still get a share of the rewards and spoils of war. You'll be treated like a Transcendent. Transcendent Garth added, if you work with us, you won't end up like today. You killed 3 level 3 Cyclops beetles on your own, but you didn't get any Cyclops beetle materials. Transcendent Benton said straightforwardly. Don't listen to Benton. For insectoids killed at the defensive line, your kills will be recorded into your contribution points. These will be used for your future military promotion. Transcendent Garth pushed Benton Transcendent and said to David. From Garth Transcendent's perspective, David was not like the Transcendent who had no interest in military promotion. David was so young, he definitely did not join the military just to get resources like them. Thus, contribution points were very important to David. If David wanted to continue to be promoted, he would need the support of corresponding contribution points. Killing insectoids was a very important basis for the evaluation of battle achievements. In particular, battle achievements on the battlefield were the most important foundation. Of course, David would not refuse to join the Transcendence operation. He had joined the Transcendence operation many times on the Guardian planet, and he wanted to see the situation in the insectoid territory. More importantly, he wanted to know more about the unknown powerful insectoid souls, which could give him more talents or abilities. No problem, I'll join. David nodded. Welcome to our 4th frontline base. We currently have 4 Transcendent. 2 of us are here. You met Buffington and Augustine. He's been called to participate in a mission. He'll be back in 2 days. When he's back, we could try to familiarize ourselves with each other. Transcendent Benton said with a laugh. Will there be any problems if there's no Transcendent in the frontline base? David asked worriedly when he heard that there were only 4 Transcendent in the 4th frontline base, and that all 4 Transcendent were preparing to move together. Our operation won't be too deep. It'll only be a day's round trip. Before we head to the insectoid territory, we'll also ask the military to send a few Transcendent to oversee the operation. Transcendent Benton explained with a smile. It'll also give those guys who have nothing to do all day something to do. Transcendent Garth added with some dissatisfaction. The Transcendent who were assigned to various defensive lines had to face danger every day. Although the rewards were greater, the risks were also higher. The Transcendent who were in the rear as backup were very idle. Even if there was an operation, it would be a group of Transcendent moving together. This made the Transcendent on the defensive line look down on them. Like today's insectoid attack, if we frequently enter the insectoid territory to kill level 3 insectoids, then the scale of the insectoid attack will be greatly reduced. It will also reduce the pressure on the defensive line and bring us rewards. Transcendent Benton continued to explain the benefits of their operation. David did not stay at the defensive wall for the night. The 4 frontline base only asked him to come over and familiarize himself with the front line. His dormitory was still in the headquarters. Therefore, after ending the friendly conversation with the 2 Transcendent, he took his adjutant, 2nd Lieutenant Mawson, and 6 Kaji back to the headquarters on the Wings of Death assault ship. The return journey was easy. Although they encountered insectoids a few times, they were all ground-based insectoids that did not have the ability to fly. They did not affect the flight of the Wings of Death assault ship. After walking out of the headquarters hangar and returning to the dormitory, David realized that the way the soldiers looked at him was completely different. Legends were just legends. After this battle, David's combat ability had spread throughout the entire 4th frontline base. After returning to the dormitory, David sat on the chair and summoned the shadow attendant. He placed his hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder and felt the wave of soul energy that was surging towards him. The battle today was just a normal defensive battle for the 4th frontline base, but for David, it was a huge battle. He felt the comfortable feeling of the soul energy entering the soul fortress. He had a feeling that the soul fortress was slowly strengthening. However, although he received a lot of soul energy this time, most of it came from the 3 Cyclops beetles. The rest of the insectoid soul energy was only a small part. The main reason for this was that most of the rank 2 insectoids had been killed before David entered the battlefield. Their souls had already dissipated when David entered the battlefield. What David absorbed the most was the soul energy of a level 1 insectoid. Even if the amount of soul energy of a level 1 insectoid reached 10,000, it would only be comparable to the amount of soul energy provided by a single Cyclops beetle. David had the shadow attendant bring up his status panel. He saw that his will had increased from 14 to 18, and he had a feeling that his will was only a small step away from 19. This was only his first day on planet Warstar, and his will had already increased by so much. David had a smile on his face. Although it was dangerous here, he could really improve himself here. He had a feeling that increasing his will was very important. Although it seemed that the increase in strength, vitality, and agility could be directly reflected in his combat ability, it was his will that determined his current combat ability. In countless life and death situations, it was his powerful will that protected David, allowing David to survive time and time again. David then checked the new knowledge balls in the shadow attendant's body. To his disappointment, he had almost all of these new knowledge balls before. The death ray talent cannot be used. Knowledge light balls were useless no matter how many of them he had. Looking at the 4 death ray talent cannot be used knowledge light balls, David felt that they were redundant. Chapter 455. After getting up in the morning, David once again immersed himself in the spirit-forging metal body technique, followed by the soft body technique. By the time he finished, it was already 7 o'clock. The advantage of having the rank of Major was that he didn't have to participate in morning training like normal soldiers. For someone like David who liked to train alone, this was a very good thing. Major, good morning. As soon as he opened the door, it was no surprise to see Second Lieutenant M.O. Sen's figure. Morning, Second Lieutenant. David returned the greeting with a smile. Then he asked, "Do you have any plans for today?" David himself hadn't received any orders from the 4th Frontline Base. As a new recruit who had just entered the camp, he didn't know what to do. His major rank was a bit like those transcendent major general ranks. It was more symbolic than practical. "Major, you have to go to the confidential room today to open your merit check system. You have to go there yourself." Second Lieutenant M.O. San was already prepared for this and replied. In fact, Second Lieutenant M.O. San was also regretting his mistake. Normally, the merit check system would only be opened after a recruit had entered the Army for a long time. If Second Lieutenant M.O. San had brought David to open the merit check system yesterday, David would have been able to check yesterday's merit himself. Of course, even if the system wasn't opened, David's merit wouldn't be missing. The merit check system wasn't just for checking merit. It could also see the details of the merit. This was all handled and supervised by the military's super AI system. No one could tamper with the merit. As long as you wore an identity bracelet and connected it to the military Skynet, every time you killed an insectoid, there would be a statistic. This statistic would be automatically connected to the scanning system distributed all over the battlefield for verification. Only after 100% confirmation would the merit be entered. Any questionable merit wouldn't be recognized by the super AI system, so the best way to get merit was to fight on the defensive line. Of course, there were other ways to get merit. The military issued a mission to Kaji. As long as it was confirmed after completion, the corresponding merit could be obtained. The identity verification process in the confidential room was very strict. The identity bracelet, genetic test, facial verification, and so on. After that, David's identity bracelet was added. David opened the Battle Merit Inquiry System. This system had the characteristics of the military and was very simple. Name, David Kerr. Military rank. Major total battle merit. 1273, 1 current battle merit. 12731 detailed data. Protect Parent City. 3,000 assist the defenders of Parent City in killing 100 invading mercenaries. Important clue about Zerg. 5,000 complete military mission. Kill the Stoneskin Worm King. 4,000 killed 31 level 2 arachnids. Armored rock worms. Killed 200 level 3 insectoid Cyclops giant beetle. Killed 200 level 3 insectoid Cyclops giant beetle. Killed 200 level 3 insectoid Cyclops giant beetle. David only realized what he had done for the military when he saw the military achievements. Some of them had already been recognized and recorded in the military's records. For example, when he helped defend against the Zerg's attack on Parent City, saving at least millions of people from being massacred by the Zerg, the military awarded him a Silver Star Medal. After that, when he killed the mercenaries that tried to attack him in Perrin City, he was surprised to receive the battle merit from that. In fact, it was mainly because the military report in Perrin City was too detailed, including many videos and testimonies. It was because of such detailed information that the military's super AI system recognized this battle merit. The important clue about the Zerg was David's discovery of the kryptonite mine on the Guardian planet. At the same time, he also discovered the abnormality of the iron wingbat bugs. After he reported it, he received the military's attention. However, David did not expect that this important clue would give him 5,000 battle merit. One must know that killing a level 3 insectoid like the Cyclops giant beetle only gave him 200 battle merit. What David did not know was that he also contributed to the discovery of the kryptonite mine. However, most of these merits were converted into wealth and returned to him. The 5% shares of Slaw Combat Academy was not a small amount, so the military's data only showed the important clue. Killing a Stoneskin Worm King gave him 4,000 battle merit. This did not surprise David at all. One must know that 14 Transcendent members had failed to kill the Stoneskin Worm King and caused the entire region to panic. The indirect losses were huge, not to mention the loss of personnel. Even if a few bases stopped operating for a day, it would affect the growth of many genius students. Second Lieutenant Mawson, killing a level 2 insectoid only gives me 1 battle merit each. David looked at the 31 points of battle merit that he obtained from killing the 31 armored rockworms and could not help but turn his head to ask Second Lieutenant Mawson, "Major, this battle merit system is self-judging. It will judge the difference between you and the insectoids based on your strength and the corresponding ability. After that, it will calculate your battle merit. You are still Kaji, so killing a level 2 insectoid will give you some battle merit. If you become a Transcendent, killing a level 2 insectoid will not give you any battle merit." Second Lieutenant Mawson patiently explained to David. David shook his head. It was no wonder that the Transcendent on duty would not help him kill level 2 insectoids. There was no reward at all. However, this was also a good thing. It would save some powerful and complicated people from farming for battle merit. For example, David himself. If he did not take the initiative to kill the powerful insectoids on the battlefield and only killed the low-level insectoids, he would not be in any danger. This was probably the key consideration of the military. Second Lieutenant Mawson, I want to get some level 3 fortified meat. Do you know how? David asked Second Lieutenant Mawson again. David still had a few months' worth of level 3 fortified meat in his portal item. However, it was not a good idea to keep using it without replenishing. He was already used to using level 3 fortified meat to train every day. This would allow him to reach the requirements to become a Transcendent as soon as possible. Level 3 fortified meat. Second Lieutenant Mawson looked at David and shook his head helplessly. Unless you can cooperate with the Transcendent, you will not be able to get level 3 fortified meat. Of course, the military will reward soldiers with outstanding performance every once in a while. There is level 3 fortified meat among them. I believe you will be rewarded. David did not want to think about this so-called reward. Perhaps a few portions of level 3 fortified meat would be a great reward for other Kaji, but to David, it was only a few days' worth of consumption. It would not be of much help. This made sense when he thought about it. Level 3 fortified meat was a Transcendent resource. Aside from the top academies that would make this resource available to students, other places would probably only use it as a reward for outstanding students. David was somewhat hesitant. Should he enter the insectoid territory alone and hunt level 3 insectoids to maintain his cultivation needs? However, he quickly dismissed this idea. He was already very strong among the Kaji, and he was even confident that he could kill the weaker Transcendent with his Grandmaster Heavy Axe ability. However, he was only a Kaji, and it would be very difficult for him to escape once he was surrounded by the insectoids. This was especially true in an environment like Warstar. The speed of his custom-made exoskeleton armor, which he relied on the most for flight, was limited. This made it very difficult for him to rely on speed to escape once he was surrounded. David could only hope that he could work together with the Transcendent. Perhaps this could alleviate his cultivation resource problem to a certain extent. Do you have any other plans? David asked. Major, the Transcendent wishes for you to rest well for the next 2 days. They haven't arranged anything for you, Lieutenant Mawson replied with a smile. Then let's go to the defense line. I'll see if I can help. David decided with a wave of his hand. Yes, sir, Lieutenant Mawson loudly replied. Lieutenant Harcourt had been on standby the entire time, and when she received David's order, she immediately put on her armor with the other 5 Kaji and rushed to the hangar. General, Major David has just left the headquarters and is heading to the frontline base, an adjutant softly reported as he walked into the office of the Transcendent Babington. The Transcendent Babington had already ordered the adjutant to pay attention to David's movements, so he had immediately come to report when he heard the news. When the Transcendent Babington heard the adjutant's report, he did not get angry and instead smiled. David is a good lad. Seeing him reminds me of when I was young. For an ordinary soldier, David's actions were a violation of orders. Even if he had good intentions, the army was the army, and he had to do what he was ordered to do. However, the Transcendent Babington's attitude toward David was not the attitude of a subordinate. In the Transcendent's heart, they only recognized people with strength, especially David. He had spent a lot of effort to snatch him over. He did not even have enough time to cherish him. So how could he blame him? In the hearts of the 4 Transcendent, David's only identity was a sniper master, a powerful teammate who could assist them. As long as they opened David's information and saw his deeds, any Transcendent would want to act with such a teammate. David's position hasn't been decided yet, right? The Transcendent Babington turned and asked the adjutant. Yes, waiting for your confirmation. There are vacancies in the combat command room, the analysis room, and the logistics department. The adjutant replied. I remember that there is no candidate for the base's inspector. Let David serve as the inspector. The Transcendent Babington thought and ordered. Yes, General, the adjutant responded. In the adjutant's heart, he secretly thought that the Transcendent Babington was too good to David. The inspector was a special position. The duties of the inspector were a supplement to the law enforcement team. They had the same authority as the law enforcement team, but they were independent of the law enforcement team. Even the law enforcement team was within the scope of the inspector's supervision. At the same time, this was an idle position. There were no fixed quotas, and there were no mandatory missions. He could be in the base headquarters or on the front lines, and there would be no problems. This was also the Transcendent Babington's endorsement of David when he went out at will. With the inspector's position, David could act as he pleased. The reason no one had been assigned the inspector's position in the past was because it was too special. The inspector only answered to the highest officer in the base, so anyone who took up this position would have to consider it carefully. Sitting on the wings of Death Assault ship, David suddenly felt a message from his identity bracelet. He couldn't help but check the message on his identity bracelet through his visor. Ever since he came to Warstar, his identity bracelet had been unable to contact anyone else. If anyone else wanted to contact him, they would automatically send the message to a military mailbox, and he could only check it at a set time every day. Thus, this kind of message that suddenly reminded David was very important. Second Lieutenant Mawson, I've been appointed as an inspector of the 4th Forward Base. What's an inspector? David saw his appointment and couldn't help but ask Mawson in confusion. Second Lieutenant Mawson also had a strange expression. He explained the duties of an inspector to David, but in his mind, he was judging how much importance the 4th Forward Base placed on David to tolerate David to such an extent. When David wanted to go to the front line, Second Lieutenant Mawson believed that the 4th Forward Base wouldn't punish David for this matter, and it was very likely that they would just give him a reminder. However, the truth was that the 4th Forward Base had directly appointed David to such a special position in order to allow him to move freely. This was simply indulgence. This inspector's position is good. I like it, David said with a laugh. David saw that in his authority, there was an additional right to punish all soldiers in the 4th Forward Base except for the Transcendent. Of course, this kind of punishment also needed a basis but it wasn't easy to find a basis. There were so many rules in the military, it was very easy to find a person's behavior that violated the rules. The punishment ranged from warning to confinement, and all of these would be recorded in the military files. It could be said that the inspector's authority was so great that he was completely like a police officer in the military. If Second Lieutenant Mawson knew what David was thinking, he would definitely tell him that an inspector wasn't a police officer in the military, but a law enforcement team. An inspector was the highest law enforcement officer in the 4th Forward Base other than the highest ranking officer in the Transcendent. Although they didn't have the right to command battles, they could decide the future of any soldier. It was a very important position in the military. Why are today's defensive walls a bit different from yesterday? David asked with some confusion when he approached the 15th defensive wall. With David's memory, he couldn't have made a mistake. Compared to yesterday, there were some differences in the positions of today's 15 defensive walls. Although the general formation hadn't changed, there were some subtle differences. This kind of defense system, composed of heavy mobile armor defense engineering teams, can be moved at will. The defense wall at the front will be changed once a day. Because the defense wall at the front is under the greatest pressure in the war, it needs to be rotated. Second Lieutenant Mawson explained to David. David shook his head and inwardly sighed at the military's methods. It had to be known that a defensive wall was incomparably large. It was a full 1,000 meters long and 30 meters wide. This was a super big guy. Making such a big guy move, especially in a place like Warstar where energy was greatly limited, was definitely no simple matter. Chapter 456. When he saw David again, the battalion commander of the 1st Battalion, Captain Macaulay, was very excited. With David around, they could sacrifice fewer soldiers today. These days, Captain Macaulay had to use his notebook to record the names of his subordinates every day. He couldn't even remember the names of some Kaji who had died in battle. Captain Macaulay couldn't be blamed for this, but there were Kaji dying every day and new Kaji joining the team every day. He only had one day to get to know his subordinates, so he didn't have time to completely remember all the Kaji. Yesterday's battle was the day that Captain Macaulay had lost the least number of soldiers in recent days. When he looked at the slowly familiar faces during the morning training, his heart was filled with gratitude towards David. Major, have you had breakfast? Captain Macaulay was more like David's adjutant than Second Lieutenant Mawson. No need to trouble yourself. I've already eaten. David hurriedly waved his hand and said, Then you must let me know if you need anything. Our battalion is at the front line, so we have priority in providing resources. Captain Macaulay didn't know how to entertain David. The conditions of the 1st Battalion were indeed better than normal barracks, but David had come from the base headquarters, so the conditions there were better than the 1st Battalion. Captain Macaulay finally prepared a lounge for David. It was an independent lounge with simple decorations, but it also had a sofa, a desk, a bed, and even a separate bathroom. This was already extremely luxurious for the tight space within the defensive wall. Captain Macaulay was in charge of the 1st Battalion, so of course he didn't have time to accompany David all the time. Therefore, he hurriedly left after making arrangements for David. Major, this was originally Captain Macaulay's room, but he gave it to you. Second Lieutenant Mawson said softly to David after Captain Macaulay left. How can this be? I will give up the room. David was anxious when he heard this. He stood up and said, Major, you should rest. I think Captain Macaulay has always wanted to express his gratitude to you. If you let him go out like this, he will feel uncomfortable. Second Lieutenant Mawson stopped David and advised. That's it then. David thought about it and agreed, so he didn't insist. About an hour later, at about 11 o'clock in the morning, the alarm sounded again. This time, David did not need anyone's guidance and directly entered the sniping position. Soon, Second Lieutenant Gerard arrived with the sniper team. They were visibly excited when they saw David. David nodded at them and didn't say anything. They could already see the swarm in the distance. This time, the size of the swarm was about the same as yesterday. 100,000 swarm looked scary, but after yesterday's battle, David was not too surprised by this number. With the Gaussian cannons on the defensive wall, 100 or so Kaji snipers, and 7,000 Kaji, as long as there weren't too many powerful Zergs, they would be able to defend. David's eyes searched for level 3 Zergs in the swarm. He saw a phantom millipede at the back of the swarm. He scanned the swarm again and confirmed that there was only one level 3 Zerg this time. He couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. He was probably the only one on the entire battlefield who would have this kind of feeling. The rest of the soldiers wanted as few level 3 Zergs as possible. He was the only one who hoped for more level 3 Zergs to come so that he could have a bigger harvest. The 1,000-legged Mirage Worm's speed was extremely fast. Compared to other rank 3 insectoids, the 1,000-legged Mirage Worm had a speed advantage. However, this phantom millipede had obviously reduced its speed. It was following behind the swarm at a speed that was considered slow for it. This time, the level 2 Zergs were the ghost-faced spiders. There were about 1,000 of them. The ghost-faced spiders' strongest weapon was their spider silk. If they were allowed to get close to the Kaji, they would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Almost all the Kaji snipers understood that their mission was to eliminate the powerful Zergs and minimize the casualties of the Kaji in front of them. David took some time to look at the Kaji below. The 10 new Kaji were holding spears. They were very obvious in the battle formation. They lacked the imposing manner of the other Kaji. Even if some of the Kaji were weaker after going through a battle, their mentality towards the Kaji would change. Today, David noticed that many of the Kaji in the military were beginner and intermediate level Kaji. These Kaji's auras were not very stable. He could not help but shake his head. He was too familiar with this aura. This aura was forcefully stimulated by the strengthening potion to become a Kaji. This Kaji was very difficult to increase their strength. It was said that the military had precious potions that could break this limit. However, it required a lot of military achievements. When one retired from the military, they could use military achievements to exchange for it. There were many such stories in the military's propaganda. Although David had not seen these potions before, the Kaji without talent would not be able to improve much even if they broke the limit. He estimated that they would only be able to become an advanced Kaji in their lifetime. Only a few lucky ones would be able to become a peak Kaji. That would be the end. At this time, the demonic spiders at the front were already 5,000 meters away. David did not hesitate. He loaded a rank 2 sniper bullet into the chamber and started to shoot at a steady rate of 1 shot per second. On the battlefield, other than the sound of the Gaussian cannons, there was only the sound of David's roaring sniper rifle. The Kaji, standing in front of the wall, heard the roaring sniper rifle. Their eyes flashed with excitement. They knew that the miraculous sniper master David had appeared again. The demonic spiders' heads were blown apart by the super large caliber rank 2 sniper bullets. A little bit of war glory, a little bit of war glory, David muttered softly. Second Lieutenant Mawson, who was lying beside David and acting as David's temporary ammunition supplier, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. If it wasn't for the fact that it was not suitable to laugh, he would have laughed out loud. He knew very well what David was talking about. Because there was only one rank 3 insectoid, David did not need to worry about it. To him, the phantom millipede was not much of a threat. David quickly realized that it was not worth it to use the roaring sniper rifle to kill a rank 2 insectoid. With his current sniper master ability, if he used a normal military sniper rifle like the Death's Eye that was used by the Kaji, he would be able to greatly increase his sniping speed. Although the roaring sniper rifle in his hands had a longer sniping range than the Death's Eye sniper rifle, its recoil had increased by a lot. If David were to use the Death's Eye sniper rifle, he would be able to snipe once every 0.3 seconds. Second Lieutenant Mawson, remember to help me apply for a Death's Eye sniper rifle and the corresponding sniper bullets. David reminded Second Lieutenant Mawson as he sniped. Yes, Major. Second Lieutenant Mawson paused for a moment before replying. He saw that David was still sniping. Even the frequency of once per second didn't change, but he still had time to talk to him. Because he was not within the sniping range of Second Lieutenant Gelid, he was still observing David's sniping. He wanted to learn something from it. When he saw David sniping while talking, his years of sniping knowledge were instantly shattered. Second Lieutenant Gelid remembered what the instructor said to him when he first picked up the sniper rifle. The most important thing when sniping Kaji was focus. Only focus could clear one's mind. This was what Second Lieutenant Gelid had always asked himself, but he couldn't accept David's sniping mode. He also paid special attention to the effect of David's sniping when he was talking. Just like before, the ghost-faced spider fell with green blood splattering out of its head. Second Lieutenant Gelid really wanted to ask David, but he knew this was not the time. David didn't feel anything special about his multitasking ability. After controlling the shadow attendant for so many years, he had long been able to multitask at any time. When the ghost-faced spider was 3 kilometers away, Kaji began sniping some of the more powerful sniper rifles. After that, more and more Kaji began sniping as soon as the ghost-faced spider entered his sniping range. Just as David was stabilizing his sniping, he heard the voice of Benton Transcendent in the channel. "Master David, stop sniping and come to us immediately." David didn't know what Benton Transcendent meant, but he knew that Benton Transcendent would never harm him. In this kind of battlefield, only Benton Transcendent understood the real situation. As a newcomer to the battlefield, of course he had to listen to Benton Transcendent's opinion. Besides, there was only one level 3 insectoid phantom millipede today. It was not a threat to Kaji, so he stopped sniping and stood up with his Roarer sniper rifle on his back. Second Lieutenant Gelid, "General Benton wants me to go over. You guys continue," David said, and gestured to Second Lieutenant Mawson to stay there. David jumped out of the sniper window and flew towards the middle of the defensive wall. There was a door in the middle of the defensive wall. David did not hesitate and flew in through the door. After that, the door closed again. "Benton Transcendent, what's going on?" David hurriedly asked when he saw that Benton Transcendent and Gar Transcendent were both there. They were both wearing Transcendent armor and had weapons in their hands. They were ready to fight at any moment. Benton's extraordinary weapon was a grade 3 spear. It was not like the spearhead that the soldiers in the army used, which was only processed with a little grade 3 material. Instead, it was a grade 3 spear that was made entirely out of grade 3 material. Furthermore, it was clearly a grade 3 spear that was thickened and lengthened. Gar Transcendent had a level 3 war hammer in his hands. Both of their weapons had a symbol on them, which was the same as the level 3 heavy axe on David's back. These were all level 3 weapons provided by the military. This was the advantage of being a Transcendent. As long as they were on War Star, they could apply for a level 3 weapon from military. However, once they left War Star, they had to leave the weapon behind. "Master David, we're in big trouble." Benton Transcendent waved his hand, and a screen appeared in front of him. He pointed at the screen as he spoke to David. David looked at the screen, and it showed a red that was quickly approaching them. The red that was labeled Titan Black Beetle. The blood-red words were a testament to how terrifying this insectoid was. David recognized the Titan Black Beetle. He had seen it in the 3rd Space Fleet, but it had been killed by the 3rd Space Fleet's main cannons in space. However, this did not mean that the Titan Black Beetle was weak. There were no level 4 insectoids that were weak, and the Titan Black Beetle was one of the main fighters of the level 4 insectoids. "Why is there a level 4 insectoid here?" David gasped. "I've already applied for backup from military, and I've also sent out a warning to the battle fort next to us. However, we're not sure if the experts of the great world of God will respond, and I'm afraid the military won't make it in time," Benton Transcendent said helplessly. The experts of the great world of God almost never communicated with 4th Frontline Base, and even their attitude toward the Transcendent was the same. Whether it was Benton Transcendent or Gar Transcendent, they were already used to this. In fact, there were not many Transcendent on War Star who could communicate with the great world of God. Anyone who could communicate with the experts of the great world of God was highly sought after on War Star, because there were too many Transcendent who wanted to trade their items for the great world of God. However, very few could actually do this. On one hand, The rules of the great world of God were very strict. On the other hand, the experts of the great world of God did not communicate with the transcendent of the Interstellar Federation. This restricted the exchange of items between the two sides. Then what do we do? David asked the two transcendent. David knew that he could not allow the Titan Black Beetle to enter the defensive line. Once it did, it would be a disaster. No one could block the attack of the Titan Black Beetle, and no one here could injure it. The defenses of a level 4 insectoid were not something Kaji could break through. Garth and I will go and lure the Titan Black Beetle away. If we fail, you will need to continue our work. We must hold on until reinforcements arrive. We cannot let the defensive line fall. Benton Transcendent said in a deep voice. Benton Transcendent's tone was like a farewell. He knew very well the difference between himself and a level 4 insectoid, let alone a level 4 insectoid. Even if he had to face a level 3 insectoid alone, he would not be able to kill it without paying a huge price. He might even be killed by the level 3 insectoid. However, Benton Transcendent and Gar Transcendent were soldiers and had their own responsibilities. The two Transcendent did not want David to participate, but unfortunately, David was also a soldier. After the two Transcendent failed, David was the only one who could lure the Titan Black Beetle away. Let's go and see the power of a level 4 insectoid. Garth Transcendent shouted when he saw the red dot on the screen. A door appeared on the defensive wall again. The two Transcendent jumped out of the door and flew into the distance. Chapter 457. David also jumped out of the door and followed the Benton Transcendent and Garth Transcendent. However, the two Transcendent speed was faster and gradually left them behind. The Benton Transcendent and Garth Transcendent's flight path just happened to pass by the level 3 Phantom Millipede. David could also see the two Transcendent's thoughts. They probably wanted to get rid of the Phantom Millipede along the way so that the level 3 Phantom Millipede would not destroy their defensive line after they died in the battle with the level 4 Titan Black Beetle. The Benton Transcendent and Garth Transcendent's flight speed was very fast. Along the way, the ghastly spiders that wanted to spit out spider webs to attack the two Transcendent failed to do so due to the speed of the two Transcendent. David, on the other hand, took advantage of the two Transcendent's light and rushed forward before the ghastly spiders could condense a second web after using their first web attack. Otherwise, David would have encountered some trouble. Although the ghastly spiders were not strong, at least for the current David, killing them did not take much effort. However, the spider webs of the ghastly spiders were definitely a big problem. If one was stuck by the spider webs, it would be very difficult to escape. Sometimes the Benton Transcendent would stab out with its level 3 spear and assassinate the jumping Zerg below. On the other hand, the Gar Transcendent would hold its level 3 War Hammer and maintain a defensive posture at all times. It could be seen that the two Transcendent often cooperated, one attacking and one defending. Their coordination was very good. When the ghastly Transcendent arrived at the Phantom Millipede's side, the Gar Transcendent let out a loud roar and smashed down with its level 3 Warhammer. His target was the Phantom Millipede. Because the Phantom Millipede was surrounded by Zergs, it lost its biggest speed advantage. The Phantom Millipede had already noticed the two Transcendent long ago. Its 12 slender forelimbs accurately pierced the approaching Transcendent at any time. Facing the heavy blow from the Garth Transcendent, the Phantom Millipede was already prepared. 10 of its 12 slender forelimbs were in a defensive posture, ready to receive the blow from the Garth Transcendent. 2 of its forelimbs stabbed forward. The Garth Transcendent did not pay attention to the 2 slender forelimbs stabbing towards him. All his attention was focused on the Phantom Millipede's body. For this blow, he concentrated all his strength. David could see clearly from behind. He saw the 2 slender forelimbs stabbing towards the Garth Transcendent. Just as he was about to warn the Garth Transcendent, he saw the Benton Transcendent's level 3 spear appear at the right time and block the 2 slender thrusts. It was also at this moment that the Garth Transcendent's level 3 War Hammer collided with the 10 slender forelimbs of the Phantom Millipede. The huge force made the phantom millipede take a few steps back and sent the zergs behind it flying. The Garth Transcendent flipped a few times in the air before stabilizing himself again. This phantom millipede is very strong. Benton, be careful. The Garth Transcendent did not forget to remind the Benton Transcendent as he was flipping in the air. He and the Benton Transcendent had worked together countless times. He could leave his safety in the hands of the Benton Transcendent, and the Benton Transcendent also trusted him. When the phantom millipede retreated, the Benton Transcendent rushed forward and stabbed with the level 3 spear in his hand. At this moment, the phantom millipede was pushed back by the Garth Transcendent, so its defense was wide open. The level 3 spear went straight for the phantom millipede's head. Just when the Benton Transcendent thought he had succeeded, the phantom millipede's 2 slender forelimbs appeared in front of the spear at the fastest speed. The level 3 spear was blocked by the 2 slender forelimbs. The level 3 spear changed direction a little and only left a small wound on the side of the phantom millipede's head. The Benton Transcendent sighed in his heart after missing the first strike. They had lost the opportunity to quickly kill the phantom millipede. They did not have time to stay. Just as the Benton Transcendent retreated, David arrived. The phantom millipede's body leaped up. It did not want to let go of the Benton Transcendent, who had injured it. Although the injury could be healed in a while, the pain still made it angry. It was not that the phantom millipede did not see David, but David's presence was only Kaji, so the phantom millipede did not care about David's approach. When facing the 2 Transcendent, the phantom millipede had forced them to retreat, so why would it care about David? The phantom millipede was even prepared to kill David after killing the Benton Transcendent. When David saw the phantom millipede leaping up, he rushed over without a second thought. Master David, be careful, don't get too close. The Garth Transcendent saw David rushing towards the phantom millipede without any hesitation and quickly reminded him. The Garth Transcendent thought David did not know how powerful the phantom millipede was, but he did not know that although David had not been Kaji for long, he had a lot of experience fighting level 3 insectoids. He had killed the phantom millipede with the other Transcendent on the Guardian planet, so he already knew how the phantom millipede fought. David was now only 5 meters away from the phantom millipede. The Benton Transcendent instinctively brandished his level 3 spear and retreated because of the phantom millipede's leap. When the Benton Transcendent saw David rushing out, he was extremely annoyed. If he had known that David would approach, he would not have retreated at all. That way, he could have attacked the phantom millipede together with David. At least, he would not have let David face the phantom millipede alone. At a distance of 5 meters, Grandmaster Heavy Axe's spirit severing heavy axe technique automatically connected to the head of the 1,000-legged mirage worm. David swung the level 3 heavy axe in his hand. The level 3 heavy axe sped up along with the spirit's severing thread, and the axe itself became blurry due to the extreme speed. The phantom millipede did not feel threatened, so it misjudged David's attack. In fact, David had already used the Sniper Master skill to hide his aura and Killing Intent to hide his threat of spirit. Therefore, even though this terrifying threat of spirit was clearly connected to the phantom millipede's weakness, the phantom millipede didn't notice it at all. Of course, since David was too close, the phantom millipede's 2 slender forelimbs stretched out and prepared to stab David to death. The phantom millipede trusted its danger sense too much. Of course, as long as it was an insectoid, it would trust its danger sense. Every insectoid grew up through countless life and death situations. If it was not for its danger sense, it would have become food for other insectoids. Therefore, it was normal for the phantom millipede to trust its danger sense. However, it did not know that sometimes its danger sense was not accurate and could deceive it. The seemingly harmless and weak David, especially when compared to the 2 Transcendent, David, the Kaji, was weak. If it was not for the level 3 heavy axe in his hand, the phantom millipede would not even bother with David. When the 2 slender forelimbs stabbed towards David, David's body made a strange turn. This movement was definitely not something a normal human could do. and it was also beyond the phantom millipede's judgment of human movements. Therefore, the two slender forelimbs missed. The attack missed, but David's level 3 heavy axe did not miss. The grade 3 heavy axe that was swung out along the thread of spirit drew a perfect arc and landed heavily on the gap between the 1,000-tentacle phantom worm's head and neck armor. The defense there was the weakest and, at the same time, the hardest to attack. This was because as long as the phantom millipede's neck shrunk slightly, this place would become a double layer of armor protecting its head and neck. And it wouldn't be like now when the phantom millipede stretched its neck and created a gap. In fact, the phantom millipede was also preparing to shrink its neck, but it misjudged the speed of David's level 3 heavy axe. The level 3 heavy axe went through the gap and heavily cut into the skin of the phantom millipede's neck. Strength amplification allowed David's heavy chop to have a stronger impact, and strength shockwave caused the phantom millipede to tremble a little. Although the duration was very short, it was enough for the rank 3 heavy axe to achieve a greater result. Force overlap allowed the level 3 heavy axe to continue moving forward after cutting into the 1,000-tentacle mirage worm's skin and muscles under its skin. With the sound of bones cracking, the level 3 heavy axe cut off the phantom millipede's neck. The phantom millipede finally sensed extreme danger after the muscles on its neck were severed. After the effect of force shock wore off, it thrust all 12 of its slender forelimbs towards David. But when it was still a little distance away from David, its 12 forelimbs drooped down powerlessly, and its life force quickly dissipated from the phantom millipede's body. An injury like having the neck cut off was fatal to any life form, and the effect was also very fast. The Benton Transcendent, who was about to charge forward again, was stunned by David's attack. This was a level 3 phantom millipede, and it was a relatively strong existence among the level 3 insects. And David was only a Kaji. Even if David was a sniper master, he was still a Kaji in terms of strength, vitality, and speed. No matter how strong a Kaji was, it could not be compared to a level 3 insect. The difference in strength, speed, and vitality between the two was like heaven and earth. But in front of him was David, who was clearly a weak soldier. With a single chop, he had directly chopped off the head of the incomparably powerful level 3 insectoid phantom millipede. Even a Benton Transcendent who had seen all kinds of strong people did not know how to describe David. He only had one thought. Who was it that said David was only a sniper master? With such a strong close combat ability, even if the Transcendent fought with David, it would be hard to say who would win. You are a Grandmaster Heavy Axe. The Guard Transcendent also saw it clearly. In his mind, this was the only explanation for a Kaji defeating a level 3 insect. The Guard Transcendent did not use a question. Instead, he used a statement, and one could tell that the Garth Transcendent did not have any doubts. A level 3 insect's strength, speed, and vitality were far superior to a Kaji. In theory, a level 3 insect could completely destroy Kaji. But there was a situation where a Kaji could defeat a level 3 insect, and that was if a Kaji had a lot more fighting skills than a level 3 insect. This was almost impossible, especially for the 1,000-legged mirage worm. The phantom millipede had 12 slender front limbs. These 12 slender front limbs could attack multiple targets at will, and their agility was far superior to other level 3 insects. Perhaps to other level 3 insects, the 12 slender front limbs were a little weak. However, to humans, the thin and long forelimbs made of grade 3 materials were indestructible. The thinness of the forelimbs wasn't a disadvantage to humans. The phantom millipede could be considered as a level 3 insect that relied on techniques to attack. Coupled with the insect's innate fighting skills, it was almost impossible to defeat it with techniques. But nothing was absolute. The Grandmaster Heavy Axe had this possibility. Every weapon Grandmaster had their own domain, and they were almost invincible in their domain. Of course, this invincibility only referred to techniques. If the opponent paid special attention to this aspect, the effectiveness of techniques would be reduced. The reason why David could easily chop off the Phantom Millipede's head was because Benton Transcendent and Garth Transcendent's attacks had attracted the Phantom Millipede's attention. Coupled with the fact that David hit himself very well and only showed his weak side, the Phantom Millipede did not pay much attention to him. When David delivered the fatal blow, the Phantom Millipede's reaction was also very random. All of these were the preconditions for the Phantom Millipede's death. Of course, there were some reasons that others could not see. Even if all of these were done, it was not that easy for a Pete Kaji to chop off the level 3 insect's neck. Without the combination of strength shock, strength enhancement, strength overlay, and extreme speed talents, David would not have been able to achieve such a result. As long as the Phantom Millipede had a chance to breathe, it could have dealt a fatal blow to David. Benton Transcendent woke up from his shock and immediately changed his mind. He said to David, "Master David, no, Grandmaster David, you should stay behind the defensive wall. If the situation is not good, you can retreat at any time." Benton Transcendent had a very clear judgment of who could be sacrificed and who could not. The death of a sniper master wouldn't cause too much of a loss to the Federation. However, if it was a heavy axe grandmaster, a young one with great potential, it would be a different story. With David's talent, Benton Transcendent fully believed that David could be promoted to Transcendent, a Transcendent with the ability of a grandmaster heavy axe. Just thinking of this possibility made Benton Transcendent's breathing quicken. Chapter 458. Transcendent Benton, let me follow them. I'll be careful. Maybe I can do something. David used his grade 3 heavy axe to sweep through the swarm of insects, clearing out an area before he soared into the air and replied, "Grandmaster David, welcome to our team." Transcendent Garth said with a laugh. Transcendent Garth's words meant that he completely approved of David's decision. David was young, but he was willing to risk his life to accompany them to delay the level 4 Titan Black Beetle. This kind of spirit was enough to earn his respect. Not everyone was willing to continue taking risks after receiving the order to retreat. "You must be careful. Stay a little further away from us. We're already used to working together. If you get too close, you'll affect us," Transcendent Benton said worriedly. After Benton finished speaking, he and Transcendent Garth accelerated again. At the same time, they shared a map with David on his helmet. David's speed was a little slower, but he could see the Titan Black Beetle's position through the map on his helmet. Ever since David decided to ignore the military's orders and continue to fight the Titan Black Beetle with the 2 Transcendent, David had truly integrated into the small group of Transcendent members in the 4th Forward Base. After flying for about 5 kilometers, Benton Transcendent and Transcendent Garth encountered the Titan Black Beetle. David, who was behind them, finally saw the Titan Black Beetle's appearance. It was different from when he saw it from afar in the 3rd Space Fleet. When the Titan Black Beetle appeared in front of him, the terrifying pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. Because of his pressure, David felt that his speed had decreased a little. His limbs also became less agile. Although David's combat power was at the top of the Kajis and could be considered normal in the Transcendent, his actual level was still too low. David was only at the Kaji's level, but when facing the level 4 Titan Black Beetle, he could clearly feel the fear of a lower-level creature facing a higher-level creature. This was an instinctive reaction in nature. It was like comparing a rabbit to a tiger. David couldn't remember how long it had been since he felt this way. Ever since his spirit had surpassed 5 points, he had never felt this kind of pressure from any creature. At this moment, the crystal shell outside his soul fortress flashed with a sparkling light, and the oppressive feeling disappeared instantly. His body regained its mobility. For the first time, David couldn't help but notice the crystal meditation that he hadn't paid much attention to. This was the great world of God's spirit training method he obtained from the Monolith government's library. He used it as a method to purify his spirit. Although he would train every night, it was just a habit. His spirit had been strengthened by the shadow attendant's absorption of a large amount of spirit energy, so the crystal meditation had become useless to him. But now, he realized that he had underestimated the crystal meditation. Perhaps every technique of the great world of God had a mysterious effect that he didn't know about, just like how the great world of God was mysterious to him. David adjusted his breathing and lowered his body. When he was 3,000 meters away from the Titan black beetle, he placed a roaring sniper rifle on top of it. A super large caliber grade .3 sniper bullet was loaded into the chamber. This was the most powerful sniper bullet he had. There wasn't much he could do for the two transcendent. Even David didn't dare to get too close to the Titan black beetle. He didn't want to be affected by the powerful aura of the Titan black beetle. Although he had the crystal barrier created by the crystal meditation technique to protect his soul, he couldn't guarantee that the crystal barrier would always be effective. After all, the difference between him and the Titan black beetle was too great. The Titan black beetle was 15 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in black armor. Even its eyes were protected by a thick layer of transparent armor. The Titan black beetle didn't look like an ordinary insect. It had 2 legs and 2 forelimbs. If it weren't for the fact that its forelimbs were so thick that they reached the ground and had sharp claws piercing them, the Titan black beetle would look more like a humanoid creature. The Titan black beetle saw the two transcendent. It didn't care about their existence at all. It used its thick left forelimb to sweep at the two transcendent. The two transcendent in the air didn't dare to fight the Titan black beetle head-on. They knew very well the difference between them and the Titan black beetle. Therefore, when they realized that they had attracted the Titan black beetle's attention, they immediately flew in different directions and made strange noises. David, who was 3 kilometers away, heard the noises made by the two transcendent. Although he didn't understand what the noises meant, he knew that they were imitating the sounds of insects. The noises were full of provocation. When the Titan black beetle heard the noises, its aura suddenly increased. Even David could feel its anger. A low-level creature provoking a higher-level creature was an insult to a higher-level creature. The Titan black beetle didn't care about the two transcendent at all. It actually continued to provoke them after missing its attack. The Titan black beetle's feet exerted force, and its 15-meter-tall body suddenly accelerated. It chased after the Benton transcendent. Its 2 thick legs, which were more than 8 meters long, showed agility that was completely different from its huge body. It caught up to the Benton transcendent in just 2 steps. Although the Benton transcendent was very fast, the Titan black beetle's explosive speed was even more terrifying. The Titan black beetle swatted at the Benton transcendent like it was swatting an insect. The Benton transcendent wanted to dodge, but the Titan black beetle's forelimbs were too fast. It was about to hit the Benton transcendent. The Benton transcendent smiled bitterly and helplessly. Even though he had lived and fought on Battlestar for decades, this was the first time he had engaged in close combat with a level 4 insectoid. It was only now that he understood the terror of a level 4 insectoid. The Titan black beetle was one of the few level 4 insectoids that didn't have any special abilities. The Titan black beetle's strength was reflected in its strength and speed. This strength and speed were powerful, but it was easy to crush others. The Benton transcendent, for example, thought that it could rely on its speed to deal with the Titan black beetle. But as soon as it came into contact with the Titan black beetle, it was crushed in terms of speed. As long as the Titan black beetle's forelimbs hit the Benton transcendent, even if it didn't use its sharp claws, the transcendent would be heavily injured or even killed. The Benton transcendent didn't regret it. It was just annoyed at its own incompetence. It couldn't defend its position. It was also at this moment that a super large caliber level 3 sniper bullet silently appeared in front of the Titan black beetle. Its target was the Titan black beetle's left eye. This was also the only place where David could try to cause damage. The Titan black beetle's defense was from head to toe, and there was no way to find a weak point. It was also because of the danger the Benton transcendent was facing that David fired this sniper shot. The reason this shot was silent was because David had set up a soundproof device around him, so the sound wouldn't spread out. The moment the super large caliber level 3 sniper bullet was fired, David resisted the corrosion of the recoil. He didn't immediately drive the recoil away from his body. Instead, he let his body sink into the ground. When the super large caliber level 3 sniper bullet was 100 meters away from the Titan Black Beetle's body, it was discovered by the Titan Black Beetle. The target of this sniper bullet was its eye. Given the choice of killing the Benton Transcendent in front of it or protecting its eye, the Titan Black Beetle naturally chose to protect its left eye first. Although the Titan Black Beetle had a rank 4 transparent armor to protect its eyes, it was still very uncomfortable to be hit in the eyes. Most importantly, being hit by a weak creature in its weak spot was intolerable even if it did not pose any threat. In addition, the Benton Transcendent and the Garth Transcendent weren't a threat at all. Killing the two Transcendent earlier or later made no difference. The Titan Black Beetle's left forelimb changed direction and blocked its left eye. With a clang, the super large caliber level 3 sniper bullet that could penetrate the shell of a level 3 Zerg, in addition to the roaring sniper rifle's enhancement, only created a spark on the Titan Black Beetle's left forelimb. The spark was created when the super large caliber level 3 sniper bullet collided with an overly hard object. It didn't even leave a mark on the Titan Black Beetle's left forelimb. After swatting away the super large caliber level 3 sniper bullet, the Titan Black Beetle looked into the distance with a strange look in its eyes. It had just looked over a 10-kilometer radius, but it hadn't seen the enemy who had fired the sniper bullet at all. This was simply impossible. The Titan Black Beetle was 15 meters tall, and the Zergs were born with sharper eyes. This was a flat area, so there was no place to hide. Suddenly, the Titan Black Beetle saw the soundproofing device on the ground 3,000 meters away. Its curiosity about this enemy instantly exceeded its desire to kill the Benton Transcendent. The Titan Black Beetle turned around and ran towards where David had been. This accident shocked the two Transcendent. "Grandmaster David, get out of there quickly. The Titan Black Beetle is going there." The Benton Transcendent shouted in the channel. The Benton Transcendent regretted his actions. He had underestimated the strength of both sides. It didn't matter if he and the Garth Transcendent were affected, but David had been harmed by them. David was now 10 meters underground. Only the Shadow Attendant was floating in the air, watching the giant Titan Black Beetle run over. The only thing David could do was to hide all of his aura and spirit, using the concealment ability of the Sniper Master to the best of his ability. The Titan Black Beetle was too fast. 3,000 meters was just a matter of a few steps for it. When it arrived at the soundproofing device, the Titan Black Beetle looked around, but it didn't find anything suspicious. Disappointed, the Titan Black Beetle stomped heavily on the soundproofing device. In an instant, the soundproofing device turned into a flat piece of trash, and a huge hole was formed in the ground. David, who was 10 meters underground, felt a terrifying force coming from the ground and pressing down on his body. Fortunately, the 1-minute duration of the underground sneak talent hadn't ended yet. The soil that was pressing down on him automatically parted when it got close to him, and only a small part of the force affected his body. David felt a string of red alerts appear on the helmet of the custom-made exoskeleton armor. It was a warning that many of the data exceeded the maximum capacity. David didn't dare to make any movements. The Titan Black Beetle was on the ground above his head, and they were only 10 meters apart. At this distance, if he made any movements, or even if he didn't make any movements, the Titan Black Beetle would discover him as soon as his aura leaked. Ever since David became a Grandmaster Heavy Axe, he felt that his strength had greatly increased. The fact that he could fight the Transcendent alone was a sign of his confidence. In particular, he had killed the Transcendent Mike Lure in close combat, which gave him an unprecedented boost to his confidence. Even after coming to a planet like Warstar, where danger lurked everywhere, David had developed blind confidence. This was also why he had been so high-profile on Warstar. But now, when David felt the terror of the Titan Black Beetle, he truly understood his own strength. Although he didn't see the result of using the Roarer sniper rifle to snipe the Titan Black Beetle, the Shadow Attendant on the ground had seen it clearly. He had almost never missed a shot, and he had used his strongest super large caliber grade 3 sniper rifle and the Roarer sniper rifle. This was his strongest sniping mode. However, at a distance of 3,000 meters, the Titan Black Beetle had casually blocked the sniper bullet, even though he had a 100% chance of hitting the target. If he didn't have the underground stealth talent, he would have been trampled flat by the angry Titan Black Beetle, just like the soundproofing device on the ground. The Titan Black Beetle looked around, but it still didn't discover anything. This made it extremely depressed, and it couldn't help but howl at the sky. This howl wasn't a sound wave attack, but even though it passed through the ground 10 meters below, David could still feel the vibrations of the sound wave. Just as the Titan Black Beetle turned its head to look at the Benton Transcendent and the Garth Transcendent, it suddenly stopped moving. The Benton Transcendent and the Garth Transcendent also looked into the distance. David, who was underground, also looked in the direction they were looking through the mind left in the shadow attendant's body. He was looking in the direction of the Black War Fortress. The door of the mysterious Black War Fortress opened, and 6 figures appeared in the fortress. They were 6 armored knights riding war horses. The war horses were covered in horse armor, and they were taller and more majestic than any war horses David had ever seen. The war horses and the armored knights merged into one, and they were like moving steel chariots as they charged in the direction of the Titan Black Beetle. Chapter 459. David looked at the 6 knights. Although there were only 6 knights, they gave off the feeling that they were one entity. It was similar to Kaji's battle formation in the Interstellar Federation, but these 6 knights were even more perfect than Kaji's battle formation. David even had a feeling that Kaji's battle formation was more like a floating battle formation. The 6 knights, on the other hand, were fused together from body to soul. They were so perfect that it was like they were one person. David couldn't judge the strength of the 6 knights because he didn't know the great world of God's assessment of strength. He also didn't know the difference between the great world of God's assessment and the Interstellar Federations. However, he was very clear about one thing, and that was that these 6 knights were definitely very strong. This was because the 6 knights were actively charging towards the Titan Black Beetle of the 4th rank. David was currently in the cooldown period of underground move. He wouldn't be able to move for at least 5 minutes. Therefore, he focused all of his attention on the shadow attendant and watched the battle that was about to begin. David heard the 6 knights singing together. Honor is in my heart. Faith is with me. Justice is a sword, cut through all darkness. The voices were chanting in the language of God, and they were full of determination. As the 6 knights chanted, a white light appeared on their bodies. On their original armor, there was an additional holy aura. Then, the white light became brighter and brighter. The white light wrapped around the war horses, and then another white light extended and connected them to each other. The 6 knights moved in unison. They took the short spears from the sides of the war horses. Although they were far away, David could still see the strange patterns on the short spears. The short spears should be made of level 3 materials. The green light proved this. However, as the short spears were held in their hands, white patterns appeared on the surface. The patterns grew larger and quickly shrank into the tip of the short spears. The short spear that was shining with green light turned pure white. The distance between the Titan Black Beetle and the 6 knight was only 200 meters. With their speed, it would only take an instant for them to meet. At the same time, the 6 knight threw the short spears in their hands. Even the shadow attendant could not see the trajectory of the short spears as they flew through the air. The 6 short spears hit the Titan Black Beetle's body. Originally, with the size of the 6 short spears, even if they hit the Titan Black Beetle, it wouldn't have much effect because the Titan Black Beetle's body was too big. The short spear was too small. Compared to the Titan Black Beetle's body, the short spear was like a human facing a tiny fish bone. No matter how sharp the fish bone was, it would not be able to cause much damage to a target with a huge difference in body size. At least, that was what David thought. Therefore, he was very curious about the use of these 6 short spears. The 6 short spears hit 6 spots on the Titan black beetle's body. These 6 spots were evenly distributed on the Titan black beetle's body. Then, the surface of the short spears emitted a white light. The white light turned into chains, and the 6 chains were connected. 2 of the chains were locked onto the Titan black beetle's feet. If it were any other insectoid, it wouldn't be a problem to lock their feet like this. This was because most insectoids had multiple limbs. Even if they were locked, they could still maintain balance. However, the Titan black beetle was different. It only had 2 legs. Therefore, when its legs were suddenly locked, its forward momentum did not stop. This caused it to lose its balance and fall heavily to the ground. Because of this accident, the Titan black beetle's body fell to the ground. At this time, the 6th knight rushed in front of it. The 6th knight had unknowingly taken out their heavy swords from their warhorses. These heavy swords were similar to the 3rd grade heavy sword that David had obtained. In their other hand, they were holding round shields that were smaller than the one used by the Interstellar Federation's Great Shield Kaji. It was unknown what breed the knight's warhorses were, but the speed of the warhorses was faster than the Transcendent. The 6th knight rushed past the Titan black beetle like a gust of wind. When the 6th grade 3 heavy swords were swung, a pattern appeared on them. David recognized that it was the activation of a special effect similar to the quasi-transcendent weapon. The Titan black beetle's neck was continuously slashed. Moreover, the grade 3 heavy swords of the 6th knight all hit the same spot. The first grade 3 heavy sword cut open the skin of the Titan black beetle's neck. David's eyes twitched when he saw this. He roughly guessed that the special effect of the grade 3 heavy sword used by the knight was similar to his sharp heavy sword. Otherwise, a grade 3 heavy sword would not be able to cut open the skin of the Titan black beetle. To be able to cut open the skin of the Titan black beetle, one had to use a grade 4 weapon or at least have the sharpness of a grade 4 weapon. David had not tested whether his sharp heavy sword could achieve this effect. His knight's cross slash was only at the peak of the master level. He did not dare to rely on his current strength to get close to a grade 4 insectoid. Especially after today's experience, he had a clearer understanding of a grade 4 insectoid. It was definitely not something he could deal with right now. The 2nd grade 3 heavy sword cut open the wound on the Titan black beetle's neck. David saw the green blood flowing out of the wound turn black in an instant. Next, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th 3rd grade heavy swords swept across the wounds of the Titan black beetle. Every time these 6 3rd grade heavy swords came into contact with a wound, they would produce a special effect. These 6 attacks were actually completed in an instant. The Titan black beetle had just been tripped by the chains that appeared from the 6 short spears when the attacks of the 6th knight arrived. The Titan black beetle howled crazily and kept struggling. The white chains on its body did not last long before they were broken by the Titan black beetle's enormous strength. When the Titan black beetle got up from the ground, David's eyes narrowed. He saw that the Titan black beetle's movements had slowed down. At the same time, there was a look of fear in the Titan black beetle's eyes. However, he did not know whether the fear came from the 6th knight or the effect of a grade 3 heavy sword. The Titan black beetle looked at the 6th knight unwillingly. Its body suddenly shrank. Then it sped up and charged towards the 6th knight. The 6th knight seemed to be prepared. They raised their small round shields at the same time. The round shields lit up at the same time, and the light from the 6 round shields formed an energy shield. The Titan black beetle crashed heavily into the energy shield created by the round shields. Its body was like it had crashed into a huge rock. After the collision, its body suddenly stopped. At that moment, the Titan black beetle suddenly raised its head and looked into the distance. It stopped attacking and turned around to return. Its speed was very fast, and the 6th knight did not stop it. Just like that, the Titan black beetle left. David was not far from where the battle had taken place, so the shadow attendant could see everything clearly. He saw that the war horses of the 6th knight had sunk deep into the ground. At the same time, he also felt that the aura of the 6th knight was somewhat unstable. This aura was only revealed after the Titan black beetle turned around and left. David understood that the sixth knight had forcefully fought the Titan black beetle. They had not gained any advantage, and it would not be easy to kill the Titan black beetle. Even scaring the Titan black beetle away was just a tactic. One of the knight coughed twice. It was obvious that he was injured. He said softly, "It's a pity that the Lord is not here. Otherwise, he would have left this thing behind." Another knight shook his head and said, "It's good enough that we managed to scare it away. Otherwise, if it destroyed the castle, we would not be able to explain it to the Lord." Their voices were very low, and they were using the divine language. They were also speaking very quickly. If it was an expert in the divine language in the academy, it would be very difficult for them to completely understand. However, David could hear them clearly through the ears of the shadow attendant. David had the divine language, 99% proficiency, ability. What surprised David was that there was a lord above these 6 terrifyingly strong knights. From their words, it seemed that if that lord was here, he would be able to kill the Titan black beetle, a class 4 insectoid. David did not dare to imagine what kind of combat power it would take to kill the Titan black beetle just now. It must be known that the Interstellar Federation could only use the main cannon of a super battleship like a cruiser to kill the Titan black beetle, and that kind of attack could only be done in space. As for the Transcendent, seeing how the Benton Transcendent was almost instantly killed by the Titan black beetle, it was easy to imagine how the Transcendent would be facing off against a level 4 Zerg. The weapons in the Transcendent's hands could not harm the Titan black beetle at all. Even with a level 4 weapon, it was impossible to kill the 15-meter-tall Titan black beetle. The sixth knight picked up the 6 short spears on the ground. During the whole process, it was as if they were glued to their horses. After the sixth knight left, David discovered that his underground sneak could be used again. He drilled out of the ground. When he drilled out of the ground, David felt that his whole body was weak. He was already injured underground, but because he was too focused at the time, he did not pay attention to his injuries. His injuries were not treated for a period of time, and now he felt a little weak. David took out a bottle of level 3 healing potion and poured it into the custom-made exoskeleton armor's injection port. After that, the exoskeleton armor automatically injected the potion into his body. He had a lot of potions of this level in stock, so he would not be stingy at this time. "Grandmaster David, are you okay?" Benton Transcendent's anxious voice came. Benton Transcendent and Garth Transcendent rushed over. David raised his hand to show that he was fine and said with a smile, "I'm fine. I thought I was hiding well underground. Who knew that I would be trampled by the Titan black beetle?" David did not say how he got underground, and the 2 Transcendent did not ask. The 2 Transcendents knew that David was a sniper master. Every sniper master had their own methods of concealing themselves. There were many ways to conceal themselves, and they were the secrets of the sniper masters. Naturally, they wouldn't pry too much into it. Benton Transcendent stepped forward to help David up and patted David heavily on the shoulder. "It's good that you're okay. It was really dangerous today. Thank you for your sniping. If it wasn't for your timely sniping, I would have died here." David's body, which was not fully healed, shook a little when he was patted. After all, Benton Transcendent was still wearing the Transcendent armor. "Benton, be careful. Grandmaster David is still injured." Garth Transcendent reminded from the side. "It's my fault. I was a little too excited. I'm sorry, Grandmaster David." Benton Transcendent patted his head and said apologetically, "Don't call me Grandmaster. Just call me by my name." David suggested. The battle had shortened the distance between them. "That's good. Calling you Grandmaster is a little strange. From now on, we'll call each other by our names. Don't call us Transcendent or General. Our general position is just for show. It doesn't do anything other than sound nice." Benton Transcendent said with a smile. David saw the 6 knights enter the battle fort, so he quickly asked the 2 Transcendent, "Those 6 are the knights of the great world of God in the battle fort. Aren't they powerful?" Benton Transcendent sighed. Then he said mysteriously, "They are just the knights of the owner of the battle fort. The owner of the battle fort is even more powerful. Too bad we can't get in touch with them. Otherwise, we could exchange weapons with them." When Benton Transcendent said this, his eyes were filled with envy. Transcendent was very interested in the weapons in the hands of those 6 knights. Perhaps every Transcendent in the Interstellar Federation wanted a quasi-transcendent weapon. Yeah, a quasi-transcendent weapon. If we could have one, our power would increase tremendously. Garth Transcendent added. David understood the feelings of the 2 Transcendent. Even though he already had a quasi-transcendent weapon, he still wanted to have more quasi-transcendent weapons after seeing the different effects of the weapons in the hands of those 6 knights. Actually, their power is about the same as mine, Transcendent Benton said to David. Then, as if he felt that it was inappropriate to say that, he changed his words and said, maybe they're a little stronger than me, but there's a limit to how strong they are. Their greatest strength lies in their teamwork. They can combine the strength of 6 knights into one. And with the special effect of quasi-transcendent weapons, they can unleash several times their own strength. Their shields are also very powerful. David nodded. That's still a quasi-transcendent weapon. The Titan Black Beetle was probably affected by the effects of weakening, deceleration, poison, and so on. In the end, it couldn't unleash its full strength. Even so, the fact that the 6 knights were able to withstand the impact of the Titan Black Beetle shows how strong their round shields are. Benton Transcendent replied. David's body also recovered a little under the effect of the level 3 healing potion. The 3 of them took to the air and flew towards the defense line. Along the way, they saw a lot of insectoids running away. The battle at the front line was over, and the 4th frontline base had once again defended their defense line. Chapter 460. David followed the 2 Transcendent back to their defensive wall. At that moment, the soldiers on the 15th defensive wall were cheering and laughing. They were celebrating another victory, and it was a victory with minimal losses. This time, their losses were even smaller than yesterday's. The rank 3 Phantom Millipede had been killed by David and the others early on. This made the bugs lose their momentum, especially the ones at the back. They were the first to fall into chaos, which slowly affected the ones at the front. Therefore, today's defense was very easy. On top of that, the rank 2 Phantom Spider's most powerful attack was not lethal. Instead, it was to trap people with its web. This made the losses even smaller. However, the soldiers who were celebrating did not know what was happening in the distance. The Transcendent and David had gone through a dangerous situation together. However, both David and the 2 Transcendent did not want to talk about what just happened. Some things were better left unknown. Transcendent from a military just came to help. I told them to go back. Transcendent Benton explained to David as soon as he returned to his office. He did not want David to think that the military did not come to their rescue. In fact, 10 Transcendent from the reserve team came at once. 2 of them were top-level Transcendent. The military had also contacted the great world of God and asked them to help. Transcendent Benton's request to the battle fort to stop the Titan Black Beetle did not succeed. That was because the owner of the battle fort was not in the fort. The battle fort was not very strong at the moment. After receiving the order from the great world of God, the 6th knight guarding the battle fort had no choice but to come out. Otherwise, unless the Titan Black Beetle threatened the battle fort, they would not help. Transcendent Benton explained the situation to David. He also expressed to David that the military would not give up on anyone. However, David knew very well that in a dangerous place like this, he could not rely on anyone. He could only rely on himself. For example, if he hadn't used the underground sneak ability to enter the underground and had the sniper master ability to hide his presence, he wouldn't have been able to survive until now. David took off the exoskeleton armor. The exoskeleton armor was damaged and needed to be repaired. Now, David could do this job himself. With his master mechanical repair ability, as long as the exoskeleton armor was not structurally damaged, he could repair it. Of course, he only took off the exoskeleton armor to better heal his injuries. Go get 5 bottles of level 3 healing potions as backup. We can't let you use your own potions when you're injured. Garth Transcendent reminded David. The two transcendent didn't need to guess to know that this was the effect of a level 3 healing potion. For a transcendent level combatant like David, they had the right to allocate resources. Every month, a certain amount of level 3 healing potions would be distributed to the 4th frontline base. In the past, it was distributed to 4 transcendent combatants, but now with the addition of David, it was distributed to 5 people. Okay, David nodded. He couldn't help but ask, I see that the formation of the 6th Knight is very similar to our Kaji battle formation. Is there a connection? David had wanted to ask this question for a long time, but he didn't have the chance until now. How is it similar? It's basically copied from the great world of God. It's just that the Kaji battle formation lacks the core of the Knight battle formation. It's just similar in appearance. Benton Transcendent smiled and shook his head. When David heard Benton Transcendent confirmation, he understood a lot of things in his heart. The reason why Kaji's group consisted of 6 Kaji was because the Knight battle formation of the great world of God was best with 6 Knights. Due to the influence of the Knight battle formation, Kaji's group only consisted of 6 Kaji. It's not just the battle formation. Whether it's the use of weapons or the method of cultivation, they all originate from the great world of God. However, after countless years of development, the Interstellar Federation has also formed its own cultivation system. However, this cultivation system is not perfect, and the highest level is only Transcendent rank. Garth Transcendent continued. David had heard of this before, so he didn't look surprised. It said that our cultivation method is absolutely forbidden in the great world of God. Do you know why? Benton Transcendent smiled mysteriously and asked. Due to his closer relationship with David, Benton Transcendent spoke without any scruples. Didn't they say that the Federation's cultivation method came from the great world of God? Why would they care about our cultivation method? David asked with some confusion. The core of the great world of God's cultivation method is the bloodline. Only with the bloodline can you enter the cultivation system. It said that those without the bloodline talent can only become a subclass at most and can't come into contact with the real cultivation system. Although the cultivation level of our Federation's cultivation system is far inferior to the cultivation system of the great world of God, it's extremely inclusive. It doesn't require any special bloodline to cultivate. As long as you have a strong body and a strong will, you can cultivate the Federation's cultivation system. The great world of God is worried that our cultivation system will break the order of the great world of God. So the Federation's cultivation system is forbidden in the great world of God. Benton Transcendent replied with a smile. David didn't quite understand. As a world with legal restrictions in both his previous and current life, even if strength was more important in this life, at least on the surface, no one dared to be above the law. What kind of society would have to worry about ordinary people's cultivation affecting the social order? It was simply unimaginable. Just as David was chatting with the two Transcendent about the secrets of the great world of God, he felt his identity bracelet vibrate slightly. David smiled apologetically to the two Transcendent, then opened his identity bracelet. The notification came from the Battle Merit Inquiry system. His battle merit data in the battle just now had been updated. The phantom many-legged insect gave him 200 battle merit points. As for the other level 2 Zergs, he killed quite a few of them, but only got 23 battle merit points. What surprised David was that the Titan Black Beetle that was scared away by the 6th Knight actually gave him 500 battle merit points. It's the battle merit that's been updated. I reported it. With Garth's testimony and the participation of the 6th Knight, it was approved very quickly. Benton Transcendent said with a smile. Benton Transcendent was very familiar with this kind of battle merit update, but at his level, it was almost impossible to go any further. Therefore, to him, battle merit points were only used to exchange for some resources. When one reached the rank of Major General in the military, other than the actual generals, the rest of the Major Generals were the highest rank they could reach. Only the actual Major Generals had the opportunity to continue to be promoted, and battle merit was only a reference for promotion. The more important thing was the military's assessment. That Titan Black Beetle wasn't driven away by us, but it gave me 500 battle merit points," David said with a shake of his head. This wasn't David being pretentious. If it was his battle merit, he wouldn't hesitate at all. However, if there was a problem with battle merit points, even if there was no problem now, it might become a time bomb in the future and be used by people with bad intentions. Haha, I didn't expect you to be so careful. Don't worry. If it was really us who drove away the Titan Black Beetle, 500 battle merit points wouldn't be enough to reward us, Guard Transcendent on the side said with a laugh. In fact, any battle merit related to the Titan Black Beetle was a high reward because there were very few soldiers of the Federation who could participate in a mission related to the Titan Black Beetle and still be alive. At noon, David was called to the restaurant by the enthusiastic Benton Transcendent and Garth Transcendent. Rather than a restaurant, it was more like a bar. The space inside the defensive wall was very tight, and a long bar took the place of a restaurant. However, the dishes were not bad. This was because the Benton Transcendent had taken the ingredients from the spatial wrist guard and given them to the chef. Otherwise, with the military rations here, the calories and nutrition were definitely enough, but the taste was really not good. Naturally grown vegetables, tomatoes, beans, and so on were rarely seen on Planet War. There was also beef, lamb, smoked fish, and so on. Although it wasn't very sumptuous, it was definitely luxurious on Planet War. Alcohol was not allowed in the military, so fruit juice was used instead. After the meal, the two Transcendent personally escorted David to the 1st Battalion, which surprised many of the soldiers who saw this. In the eyes of the soldiers here, the Transcendent on duty was a high and mighty figure. Apart from rarely taking action, they basically didn't interact with the other soldiers. However, David had just arrived, and he had already gotten along well with the Transcendent. In a war castle on Planet War, an old man in a long robe was looking at a report in front of him. Next to the old man was a housekeeper in uniform who was currently unfolding a paper report for the old man. The old man was very traditional. He didn't need the Interstellar Federation's photon computer, so even though a large amount of reports came in every day, he would only look at them after they were turned into paper. Of course, it was extremely necessary to turn them into paper reports. These reports needed to be archived and sent back to the great world of God. The great world of God didn't have a photon computer to use. This David has come to Planet War? The old man asked as he looked at the report. Master, David has been recruited by the Interstellar Federation. He's already been promoted to Major and is stationed at the 4th Forward Base. The housekeeper immediately replied. The housekeeper was in charge of a lot of intelligence for the old man, and most of the reports passed through his hands. He naturally knew which reports the old man valued, so he would make preparations in advance. This was a housekeeper's upbringing. No matter what the master did, the housekeeper would provide the best service. The old man looked at the report in front of him and waved his hand. David delivered himself to my doorstep. Send a knight to capture him. Remember, I want him alive. How could the old man forget David? His intelligence organization had suffered a major setback because of David, causing him to lose face. What was most important to nobles? Honor and face were sometimes more important than life. Moreover, David was also related to the operation of the intelligence organization. Because of the several hundred bottles of holy water of youth, the intelligence organization had been unable to maintain operations for half a year. Some of the joints that had already been shaken had been destroyed because the holy water of youth could not be supplied in time. The losses were so great that the old man's heart ached every time he saw the report. Among them were several Transcendents sent by the intelligence organization through their connections. These Transcendent had all been killed by David. Every death of a Transcendent that could be used to build relationships would have a major impact on the foundation of the intelligence organization. Now, David had finally come to Planet War. Although the Interstellar Federation and the Great World of God were allies, the high-end fighting force here was completely under the control of the Great World of God. Of course, although the old man was the person in charge of the world of God's intelligence, he could not influence the experts of the Great World of God here on Planet War. The forces of the Great World of God here on Planet War were tangled and complicated. The only true fighting force the old man could send was his own knight and a few transcendent that were connected to the intelligence organization. However, the old man did not want the transcendent to capture David. After sending out so many transcendent, he had already lost confidence in the strength of the transcendent. The old man decided to rely on the strength at hand. In his view, his own knight was the most reliable fighting force. "Master, should we send a few more knights? David isn't weak," the butler softly reminded. The butler had naturally seen David's battle record. Although he didn't know how much of it was real or fake, he could imagine how extraordinary David was just by looking at the results. The old man shook his head and said, "He's just a child. No matter how strong he is, he's not a transcendent. And even if he is a transcendent, so what?" In truth, the old man had many misgivings. The upper echelons of the great world of God had strict requirements for planet war. They had to guarantee that planet war would maintain a close relationship with the Interstellar Federation. They could not allow anything to affect this most basic requirement. It must be known that every expert from the great world of God who could come to planet war had their own pride. Their status in the great world of God was exalted, and their lifestyle and way of doing things were vastly different from that of the Interstellar Federation. If these experts from the great world of God were allowed to interact with the Interstellar Federation like how they treated the weak in the great world of God, there would be endless conflict. The experts of the great world of God all obeyed this order, and many of them even ignored anyone from the Interstellar Federation and did not interact with the Interstellar Federation. This way, they could minimize conflict with the Interstellar Federation as much as possible. Without interaction, there would be no trouble. The vast majority of the experts of the great world of God did this. This was also why the experts of the great world of God rarely cooperated with the Interstellar Federation, even though they were fighting together against the insectoids. The butler did not say anything else. He was only fulfilling his duty. He did not have the ability to change the old man's mind. The old man thought for a moment before giving this order. "Have Knight be careful. Don't let anyone discover his movements. Lure David to a secluded area before making your move. I don't want the Interstellar Federation to sue us. If that happens, I'll be punished as well." On Warstar, maintaining the best alliance was the most important thing, and not even the Elder dared to go against this principle. All he could do was tell the knights to be even more careful so that no one would be able to get a handle on them. Chapter 461. David had his own office in the 4th Frontline Base's headquarters. Lieutenant Mawson had brought him there when he returned to the base. The office was located in the middle of the 4th Frontline Base's headquarters, not far from his A-05 dorm. It was also very close to the important war rooms and meeting rooms. From the position of the office, it was clear that David's position in the 4th Frontline Base's headquarters wasn't low. David turned on the photon computer on his desk and verified that it was his identity wristband. After it was turned on, he automatically logged onto the inspector's authority page. The information of all the soldiers in the 4th Frontline Base appeared on the photon computer. There were 16 soldiers who were being held captive, and the enforcers behind them were the enforcers. David also saw that he actually had the authority to lift the captive status, and he also had the authority to punish any soldier in the 4th Frontline Base. However, he didn't care about this kind of authority. If he wanted power, the wealth he had right now was enough for him to have great authority. He didn't need to participate in Planet Warstar's war at all. "Lieutenant Mawson, I'll leave this inspector's work to you. I need time to cultivate," David said to Lieutenant Mawson, standing to the side. Lieutenant Mawson was surprised. He was David's adjutant, so he could indeed take care of some things in David's place. However, very few officers would delegate their authority to their adjutant. Adjutants could only take care of some trivial matters given to them by their officers. "Yes, Major." Lieutenant Mawson was a bit confused, but he still agreed. "Then you work here. I still have things to do." David immediately stood up when he saw Lieutenant Mawson agree. Lieutenant Mawson saw David's figure turn and leave without hesitation. Only then did he confirm that David really didn't care about the inspector's authority. Perhaps this is the difference between me and the Major, he thought to himself. David handed over his duties and felt extremely relaxed. He carried his custom-made exoskeleton armor to the logistics department. The logistics department was the same as before. A few logistics officers from a battalion were still arguing with Captain Booth over more supplies. However, when David walked into the logistics department, the logistics officers immediately stopped talking. They all stood up straight and saluted to David. Their eyes were full of respect. David's performance over the past 2 days had made David famous in the 4th Frontline Base. He was far more powerful than Kaji should be, so the logistics officers placed David in the same position as Transcendent. David returned a military salute to the logistics officers before turning his head and nodding to Captain Boone. "What is the matter, Major?" Captain Boone asked respectfully. "I need some extra large caliber Tier 2 sniper bullets and Tier 3 healing potions." David stated his request with a smile. David had consumed a lot of super caliber Level 2 sniper bullets in the past 2 days. If he didn't count his portal items, the Level 2 sniper bullets he brought with him should be almost used up. David didn't want to expose his portal items, so he needed to replenish some. Besides, the consumption of the military in the war was naturally provided by the military. As for the Level 3 healing potions, it was the same reason. Benton Transcendent also took the initiative to ask for it. "Major, after you came, we applied for a batch of Sniper Master supplies. You can take as many super caliber Level 2 sniper bullets as you want. Currently, we can only give you 5 Level 3 healing potions. What do you think?" Captain Boone, who was completely different from his usual stingy personality, immediately replied. Captain Boone's reaction made the logistics officers next to him wonder if this Captain Boone was someone else pretending to be him. He was arguing with them for a little bit of supplies, but now he was so generous that it was scary. "Then give me 1,000 super caliber, Level 2 sniper bullets, and 5 Level 3 healing potions." David nodded and said, "In addition, the sniper rifle your adjutant applied for you has also arrived, but it's not the Death's eye you wanted. It's the Roarer sniper rifle. Do you think it's suitable?" Captain Boone continued to ask while operating. David was a little surprised. He didn't ask for a long time from his adjutant, 2nd Lieutenant Mawson, and he applied for a sniper rifle so quickly. David didn't know that when 2nd Lieutenant Mawson passed the request to the logistics department, the logistics department immediately reported it to Buffington Transcendent. It was related to David's combat power, so Buffington Transcendent immediately transferred this ordinary sniper rifle used by Kaji through their connections. David connected to the military Skynet on his identity bracelet and checked the information of the Roarer sniper rifle. He had never heard of the Roarer sniper rifle before. This was the first time he heard of it. When he saw the information of the Roarer sniper rifle, he couldn't help but laugh. The Roarer sniper rifle was the same generation of the Roarer sniper rifle. It was produced by the same company, but the positioning of the 2 sniper rifles was different. The Roarer sniper rifle was developed to allow the Sniper Master to exert a stronger attack power. The Roarer sniper rifle was developed to exert the sniper ability of the ordinary Kaji. There was a huge difference between the two in essence. This could be seen from the parameters of the Roaring sniper rifle. It had a magazine that could hold up to 100 sniper bullets and an alloy barrel that was mainly made of Grade 2 materials. All of these allowed the Roaring sniper rifle to be able to snipe continuously. A normal Kaji was not a sniper master, especially when there was a Kaji in the front to cover the sniper Kaji. What they needed was to shoot the sniper bullets faster and more accurately. Therefore, the design of the Roarer sniper rifle was made for this. The super stability and double the ammo supply allowed this sniper rifle to continuously shoot 100 sniper bullets without error. Of course, the cost of the Roarer sniper rifle was also several times more than other sniper rifles. This was related to the materials used. How many sniper rifles would use a large amount of Level 2 materials? The Roarer sniper rifle is very good. I'll take it, David said with satisfaction. He wanted an ordinary sniper rifle, so that he could kill more low-level Zergs in a short period of time under the premise of safety. Okay, please wait a moment. Captain Oldboon's face smiled wider and his hands moved faster. After a while, an automatic transport vehicle delivered the items David needed from the warehouse. David counted 1,000 super large caliber level 2 sniper bullets, 5 bottles of level 3 healing potions, a Aurora sniper rifle, and 500 corresponding level 2 sniper bullets. Major, if you need normal level 2 sniper bullets, you can directly apply to the logistics officer in any frontline base. I believe they won't reject you, Captain Oldboon said as he looked at the logistics officers beside him. No problem. As long as the Major needs it, we will guarantee your request. The logistics officers immediately expressed their stance. The logistics officers clearly saw that a sniper master wanted to use a normal sniper rifle like Kaji sniper rifle to kill more level 2 Zergs. If they dared to refuse the logistics department's request, not only would the logistics department find trouble with them, even their own soldiers would not let them go. Thank you very much. David thanked them with a smile. He looked at the pile of equipment and said to Captain Oldboon, I need to repair my exoskeleton armor. Please help me send these items to my dorm. No problem. You just need to give the transport vehicle an authorization. The transport vehicle will put these items in your dorm. Captain Oldboon replied with a smile. David used his ID bracelet to give the transport vehicle an authorization. This way, the transport vehicle would have the authority to open his dorm and put this batch of materials in the dorm. Major, do you need me to introduce a repairman to repair the exoskeleton armor? His skills are very good. Captain Oldboon glanced at the exoskeleton armor loading box that David put aside and took the initiative to say, No need. I just need to borrow the tools from the maintenance department. David refused with a smile. His custom-made exoskeleton armor was too luxurious. Many of the internal technologies were the private technology of the Macintosh exoskeleton armor designer, not to mention the use of a large number of level 3 materials. If this was seen by anyone, it may cause some unnecessary trouble. Besides, he did not want to hand over his own exoskeleton armor to others for repair on the premise that he had the ability. I'm familiar with the maintenance department. I know where the best tools are. I'll take you there. Captain Oldboon said as he began to turn off the photon computer. His swift and decisive attitude made it difficult for David to refuse, so he could only nod with a smile. The logistics officers next to him also did not object. It was not a problem to let them wait a little longer for David's matter. They even thought that this was normal. This was the influence that David brought through 2 wars in a short time. The distance between the maintenance department and the logistics department was not far. David and Captain Oldboon walked over like this. However, Captain Oldboon wanted to help David carry the exoskeleton armor loading box, but David did not agree. Our logistics department often sends damaged equipment to the maintenance department, so I often come here. The repairman here, Lieutenant Fisher, is the #1 master in the maintenance department. After getting along for a long time, David found that although Captain Oldboon was a bit naggy, he was also a warm-hearted person. When he came to the maintenance department, he began to introduce the repairman to David. Oldboon, how come you have time to come here? Did you bring me the jerky? Captain Oldboon did not take David into the hall of the maintenance department, but to the special maintenance room on the side of the maintenance department. As soon as he entered, he saw a brawny man wearing a maintenance exoskeleton armor. The brawny man said with a smile, Major. But when he saw David behind Captain Oldboon, he could not help but glare at Captain Oldboon fiercely. He seemed to be complaining that Captain Oldboon did not remind him. He saluted David and said. David returned the salute. He probably guessed that this should be the Lieutenant Fisher mentioned by Captain Oldboon. Those who could be called a repairman would not be at a low level. They should at least have reached the proficient level in mechanical maintenance. Major, this is Lieutenant Fisher. Sure enough, Captain Oldboon then introduced to Lieutenant Fisher. This is Major David. He is here to repair the exoskeleton armor. Lieutenant Fisher did not seem to have any impression of the name David. Although the entire 4th Frontline base was talking about David's achievements, he had been staying in a maintenance room and did not care about other things. Lieutenant Fisher looked at the custom-made exoskeleton armor in David's hand and could not move his eyes away. With his knowledge of exoskeleton armor, even if David's exoskeleton armor had not been opened, he could still see a lot of extraordinary things. "Can I have a look?" Lieutenant Fisher asked eagerly. Just as he was about to take the custom-made exoskeleton armor from David's hand, David gently moved aside, and his hand grabbed nothing but air. "I don't need anyone to repair it. I just need to borrow a tool," David said in a deep voice. Lieutenant Fisher heard David's words and could not help but be stunned. He turned his head and looked at Captain Oldboon, implying that Captain Oldboon could help him persuade David. "Major, how about this? You try to repair it first. If you have any difficulties, Fisher can help you. What do you think?" Captain Oldboon understood Lieutenant Fisher's thoughts and said to David, "Okay, but I don't think Lieutenant Fisher will have a chance to help me." David nodded and said he wanted to borrow a tool here, so he could not refuse. When he came in, he looked at the equipment here. The equipment here was very complete, probably because the military was not short of money. Many of the equipment here were the latest models. "I'll stand on the side. Call me when you need me." Lieutenant Fisher did not care about David's words at all. In his opinion, as long as it was not a professional maintenance personnel, no matter how high their military rank was, they could not compete with him in terms of maintenance ability. For so many years, he had repaired all kinds of equipment in the military. Exoskeleton armor was the one he repaired the most. He believed that his familiarity with exoskeleton armor was among the top few among the maintenance personnel in the frontline base. David nodded and activated the exoskeleton armor. The exoskeleton armor immediately changed from a box to a human form. Lieutenant Fisher's eyes widened when he saw the complete exoskeleton armor. Integrated flight module, memory paint, multi-weapon support system, and enhanced energy system. Lieutenant Fisher exclaimed as he looked at the extraordinary features he saw. Then he saw a logo in an inconspicuous corner of the exoskeleton armor. "This is the work of Master Macintosh, exoskeleton armor designer," Lieutenant Fisher exclaimed. Master Macintosh was one of the best equipment manufacturers for Kaji and Transcendent, but for maintenance personnel like Lieutenant Fisher, he was an idol. Chapter 462. Although David had never used any of the tools here before, he knew what they were used for with just a glance. "First Lieutenant Fisher, please grant me access." He walked to an empty maintenance exoskeleton armor on the side and said to First Lieutenant Fisher, "Major, please be careful. This is the work of Master Macintosh." First Lieutenant Fisher reminded carefully. He wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. Although First Lieutenant Fisher was very afraid that David would break the exoskeleton armor made by Master Macintosh, the exoskeleton armor belonged to David. Also, David's rank was higher than his, so he could only watch. However, First Lieutenant Fisher didn't want to see David mess around. As soon as David made a mistake, he would immediately take over. First Lieutenant Fisher granted David access to the maintenance exoskeleton armor. He watched as David put on the exoskeleton armor and moved around a little awkwardly. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. From David's performance, First Lieutenant Fisher could tell that David was just a newbie. Perhaps it was his first time using the exoskeleton armor. It was indeed David's first time wearing the military's maintenance exoskeleton armor. This maintenance exoskeleton armor and the combat exoskeleton armor were both called exoskeleton armors, but they were two completely different armors. Maintaining the exoskeleton armor didn't require a tenfold increase in strength, speed, or defense. David just tried it, but he wasn't used to it. Maintaining the exoskeleton armor required him to increase his strength to move his arms. It was completely different from the combat exoskeleton armor. Maintaining the exoskeleton armor was like driving a car, but the combat exoskeleton armor was like controlling one's own body. That was why David was not used to it when he first put it on. However, the master mechanic ability allowed him to quickly familiarize himself with the operation. Just when First Lieutenant Fisher was about to say something to stop David, he suddenly saw David's movements change. David's movements were agile and precise, just like a veteran who had operated the exoskeleton armor for many years. Could it be that the Major was just toying with me? Fisher couldn't help but think to himself. If First Lieutenant Fisher knew about David's reputation, he would definitely not think this way. A powerful sniper master, a Kaji who was on equal footing with Transcendent, would never trick him in this aspect. David didn't care about Fisher's thoughts. He put on the maintenance exoskeleton and began to dismantle the custom-made exoskeleton. As he operated the machine, a large amount of knowledge automatically appeared in his mind. Everything that his eyes could see, including the function of all the parts, the model number, the things to take note of, and so on, were crystal clear. David quickly removed the parts that were damaged due to the excessive force. He took the parts that could be repaired to the side and used the tools to repair them. For those that couldn't be repaired, he would find new parts that could be replaced. This was the maintenance department, so there were plenty of spare parts. Fisher stood to the side and watched. He felt like he was standing in front of the professor who had taught him many years ago. That professor was a mechanical maintenance master and was also Fisher's mentor. A layman might only see David's movements as smooth as flowing water, but Fisher, who was also a mechanic, saw something even more extraordinary. To be able to repair an exoskeleton as smooth as flowing water, one must be familiar with all the parts on the exoskeleton and be able to see where the damage was at a glance. However, there were too many parts on the exoskeleton, and the dismantling process was too complicated. Even Fisher himself couldn't do it without stopping. David found all the damaged parts, repaired them, and replaced them. The whole process only took 10 minutes. Okay, check it. David looked at the custom-made exoskeleton and said with satisfaction. Although he had the mechanical maintenance master ability, he didn't have many opportunities to use it before. Now that he had tried it out a little, he felt that it was pretty good. Although he needed to check it out, David was confident that there would be no problem with the repairs. However, Fisher was watching from the side, so he needed to give him a result. As the energy in the exoskeleton armor was transmitted, the light screen on David's identity bracelet kept flashing with data. The data was checked one by one. Major, are you a mechanical maintenance master from the military? Fisher asked with a burning gaze. In his opinion, David's mechanical maintenance level had definitely reached the level of a mechanical maintenance master, and his level was very high. A mechanical maintenance master of this level should be in the Star Wars military headquarters. Fisher, you really don't know Major David? Captain Oldboon finally couldn't help but ask. Is Major David very famous? I've never heard of a mechanical maintenance master called David. Is Master David new here? Why isn't he in charge of the maintenance department? Fisher looked at Captain Oldboon and asked in confusion. God, you should use Skynet more often. Captain Oldboon couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead. First Lieutenant Fisher was a little embarrassed as he opened his ID bracelet. As soon as he logged in, he saw a lot of messages. Many of these messages told him that a legendary sniper master had come to the 4th Frontline base. His name was David Kerr. Major, are you a sniper master ? Although Lieutenant Fisher didn't believe it, when he thought of his comrade's message and the special effect of the custom-made exoskeleton armor, he knew it was true. However, he still asked, Yes, I'm a sniper master! David waited for the exoskeleton armor to finish the inspection and put it in the box as he replied. But your maintenance level should also be a mechanical maintenance master! Fisher still insisted. When it came to his profession, First Lieutenant Fisher trusted his own eyes. Lieutenant Fisher, who said a sniper master can't be a mechanic maintenance master ? David looked at the stubborn mechanic and laughed. Fisher's eyes went blank for a moment. He couldn't imagine that someone could become a mechanical maintenance master and still have the spare time to learn other knowledge. On top of that, it was the most difficult to become a sniper master in Kaji. He looked at David's age and thought of himself. For a moment, he felt that the professor who said he was a genius was lying. If he was a genius, then what was this person in front of him? Thank you for the tool. I'll leave first. David expressed his gratitude to Fisher and turned to Captain Oldboon. Sorry to trouble you. Fisher didn't answer David. At this moment, he was completely immersed in his own doubts. After Captain Oldboon sent David out of the maintenance room, he turned back to the maintenance room. Fisher, you better take a look at David's information first. Captain Boone naturally knew the character of his friend, First Lieutenant Fisher. He didn't try to persuade him and just reminded him. After that, Captain Oldboon also returned to his own logistics department, leaving Fisher standing there in a daze. Fisher was in a daze for a while before he remembered what Captain Oldboon said. He searched for David Kerr's information on his identity bracelet, and soon, a bunch of information came out. Although it was the military Skynet, there was also a discussion area for soldiers. One of the results Fisher saw was David Kerr's growth experience. Fisher's mouth opened wider and wider as he read the article. He saw an unimaginable monster, and he also knew David's age. He had just been drafted into the Army in his first year of university. Fisher let out a long sigh of relief. He knew what kind of person he had met today. This was not a genius. This was a monster. As an ordinary genius, he naturally couldn't compare himself to a monster. The difference between them was too great, and he immediately threw away his wild thoughts. David returned to his dorm. The supplies he had received from the logistics department were already in the living room. He had the shadow attendant put all the ammunition and medicine into his spatial item before placing a hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder. There wasn't much soul energy entering his body today. Fortunately, there was a lot of soul energy yesterday, almost reaching 19. After absorbing the soul energy, his intelligence reached 20. David wasn't disappointed. He was very satisfied with this rate of improvement. In the past, if he wanted to increase his intelligence like this, he would have to go around looking for rank 3 insectoids or kill a transcendent. However, aside from Warstar, there weren't many rank 3 insectoids even on the Guardian planets. Unlike Warstar, rank 3 insectoids would regularly come knocking on his door. 2 more days passed, and David's daily routine was the same. He would go to the frontline base's defensive line every day to help defend against the insectoids. In 2 days, David killed 3 more rank 3 insectoids. This efficiency was greatly praised by the Transcendent at the base, and the soldiers who were affected regarded him as the sharpest blade of the 4th frontline base. In the morning, David finished his cultivation. When he came out of his room, he received a message from the Transcendent of Babington. General, David walked into the office of the Transcendent of Babington and saluted. All right, let's meet in private. Don't be like this in the future. Just call me Babington. You, Benton, and Garth call each other by their names. Why do you sound so distant to me? The Transcendent of Babington pretended to blame him. In fact, the Transcendent of Babington was completely different from the other 2 Transcendent. He was a real Major General and held military power. The Major General of the Transcendent of Babington was not an empty position. It was fundamentally different from the Major General in the form of a consecrated Major General. When David heard the words of the Transcendent of Babington, he just smiled and looked at the other person in the office. David, let me introduce you. This is Augustine, the Transcendent of our 4th frontline base. You two should get to know each other. The Transcendent of Babington introduced David. The Transcendent of Augustine was extremely tall, almost 2 meters tall, and particularly strong. The loose military uniform on his body showed a sense of tightness. David, I heard Benton and Garth talk about you. We will be comrades in the future, so we don't need to use military ranks to address each other. You can call me Augustine, and I'll call you David. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen a heavy axe grandmaster with my own eyes. Let's compare notes when we have time. The Transcendent of Augustine spoke very straightforwardly. Augustine, what weapon do you use? David heard the Transcendent of Augustine's words and couldn't help but ask curiously. David listened to the suggestion of the Transcendent of Augustine and directly called him by his name. Augustine, who would fight with you? Use the turtle shell. The Transcendent of Babington said with a smile. A huge shield appeared in the hands of the Transcendent of Augustine. The shield was made of 3rd-grade materials. What caught David's attention the most was that the third-grade shield didn't have any military insignia on it, which meant that it was a third-grade shield owned by the Transcendent of Augustine. Babington, are you looking down on my shield? You also use a heavy axe. Come and try. I'll exhaust you to death. The Transcendent of Augustine said as he waved the third-grade shield in his hands, but he immediately laughed. David was the most surprised of them all. It wasn't that he had never seen a Transcendent using a grade 3 shield before, but that was only because they were borrowing the defensive capabilities of a grade 3 shield. Their main weapon wasn't the shield itself. At the same time, he also understood why the Transcendent of Augustine wanted to compare notes. It was because the Transcendent of Augustine could almost guarantee that he wouldn't lose by using a shield. Just as the Transcendent of Augustine had said, as long as his shield was good, the main attacker wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Of course, with David's Grandmaster Heavy Axe ability, if he could be on par with the Transcendent of Augustine in speed, then defeating the Transcendent of Augustine wouldn't be a problem. However, if he wanted to be on par with the Transcendent of Augustine in speed, David would also need to enter the Transcendent rank. At least for now, even if David's heavy axe was powerful, it would still be very difficult for him to defeat a Transcendent of Augustine with a large shield. The shield in the hands of the Transcendent of Augustine was almost 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide. It was almost like a wall in his hands. How could he attack with it? In addition, the Transcendent of Augustine itself was a Transcendent, so its speed was naturally higher than David's, making it impossible for David to make a move. Augustine is very popular in the Transcendent circle. Many Transcendent will ask him to do missions. Look at his shield. Why didn't I choose a shield as a weapon in the past? Transcendent of Babington said with a smile. However, David also knew that although the Transcendent of Augustine was very popular with large shields, there were also drawbacks to using large shields. That was, its attack power was very weak. David had a deep understanding of this. Using a large shield could block the enemy's attack. As long as the enemy's power didn't form a crushing momentum, it would be difficult to break the defense of the large shield. However, this kind of defense came at the expense of attack power. Almost no Transcendent was willing to sacrifice their attack power. Chapter 463. David, Augustine was injured when he came back this time, so our plan to go out will be postponed for 2 days. Transcendent Babington explained to David. David nodded in understanding. The injury that made Transcendent Babington explain it like this was not just a small injury. Actually, my body is very good. After taking the medicine, my strength has not been affected. I can go at any time. Transcendent Augustine said with dissatisfaction. Augustine, this is not just about you. It also includes the safety of David, me, and everyone else. I hope you can recover to your best condition before we go. Transcendent Babington said seriously to Transcendent Augustine. Okay. Transcendent Augustine shrugged and replied. David, let's block the news that you are a Grandmaster Heavy Axe for a while. What do you think? Transcendent Babington turned to David in disgust. Ever since he knew that David was a Grandmaster Heavy Axe, Transcendent Babington wanted to talk to David. If those guys in the military headquarters knew that David was a Grandmaster Heavy Axe, they would probably transfer David out of the 4th Frontline base. Then, all his plans would be in vain. This news won't be blocked for long. Some students and mentors in the First College of Iridia will know about it. David didn't ask why. He just said with a smile, David, to be honest, if the news that you are a Grandmaster Heavy Axe spreads to the military headquarters will probably let you enter the military headquarters and become a security officer in the military headquarters. In fact, your job is to protect the safety of the generals in the military headquarters. You will be far away from the war, and your safety will be guaranteed. You will also have the corresponding supply of resources on a daily basis. If you choose this path, I can report it for you. Transcendent Babington thought about it and said honestly, this was also a tradition of the military. Weapons grandmasters had appeared before, and they were usually dealt with in this way. The greatest use of a weapon grandmaster was not to deal with the Zergs. The Zergs were protected by their solid carapaces. Even if one had the ability of a weapon grandmaster, it would be difficult to hurt a level 3 Zerg, let alone one above level 3. Even Kaji, who had reached the peak of his weapon grandmaster rank, would find it difficult to deal a fatal blow to a rank 3 insectoid with a rank 3 weapon. Instead, the weapon grandmaster would be exhausted in battle. The weapon grandmaster's best opponent was actually the other Kaji. The weapon grandmaster's skills could almost allow him to kill a transcendent. Therefore, whenever the military found a weapons grandmaster, they would invite him back to the military to become a security officer. This way, they could protect the weapons grandmaster as well as the military officers. Then help me hide it. David shook his head and said. He didn't want to become that kind of security officer. Without fighting, without a large amount of soul energy, his growth would slow down. Moreover, if David really wanted to be safe, he wouldn't have joined the military. Although it was difficult to go against a conscription order, if David really wanted to use his connections, with his identity as a super rich person, it was still possible to get the military to withdraw a conscription order. Although David had been working hard for level 3 strength and meat, if he wanted to rely on the Tordo Fund to obtain level 3 strength and meat, it was not impossible. However, the Tordo Fund was far away in the Cater Star sector. This kind of operation was too troublesome. Moreover, David didn't want to rely too much on this. He could only train himself more through his own efforts to obtain resources. Haha, I knew you liked to fight. Otherwise, you wouldn't have grown so fast. Transcendent Augustine said with a smile as he patted David hard. David couldn't help but frown. Transcendent Augustine's pat was not light. That, you hit me too hard. I'm injured, and I can't control my strength properly. Transcendent Augustine saw David's expression and immediately understood that there was a problem with his strength, so he immediately explained. Transcendent Augustine, you usually play around with the Transcendent. David is just Kaji. Transcendent Babington said as he looked at Transcendent Augustine speechlessly. It's okay. I didn't expect Augustine to be so strong. David felt that he wasn't injured. Transcendent Augustine didn't want to hurt anyone. Although he used a bit more strength, it only surprised David. Transcendent Augustine scratched his head embarrassedly. He liked to joke, but he really didn't mean any harm. David, your performance these days is too good. The other frontline bases are envious. They are now regretting that they didn't go all out to fight for you. Transcendent Augustine changed his expression and said in a praising tone. David and Transcendent Babington could see his clumsy way of changing the topic. I also want to thank David. Because of you, the number of casualties in the 4th frontline base has been greatly reduced. Transcendent Babington also thanked David. This is also the 4th frontline base's people. It's my responsibility to participate in the defense. David waved his hand and said. He looked at the time and said to the two Transcendent Augustine, if there is nothing else, I want to go to the defense line to participate in the defense. After a few days, David also almost understood the time of the Zerg's attack. It was between 10 and 11 o'clock every day. It was already 9 o'clock. If something happened on the way, he would be late. You just have to remember the action in 2 days. Remember to be careful at the defense line. If there are level 4 Zergs, you can hide in the battle fortress. Transcendent Babington said. Transcendent Babington was very angry about the level 4 Zergs incident a few days ago. This was because the great world of God in the battle fortress did not fulfill their responsibilities. In the alliance between the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God, there was a rule that stated that level 3 and above Zergs would be dealt with by the Interstellar Federation. If they could not deal with it, they could ask for help from the great world of God. However, once a level 3 Zerg or above appeared, it would be dealt with by the great world of God. However, the level 4 Zerg Titan Black Beetle almost broke through the defense line a few days ago, and the great world of God did not appear. If it weren't for David and the two Transcendents stalling for time and allowing the military to negotiate with the great world of God, the great world of God would have forced the battle fortress to send reinforcements. The defense line would have been destroyed long ago. Therefore, the Transcendent Babington's intention was very clear. If they encountered such a situation again, they would divert the trouble and directly let the great world of God's battle fortress take the front. It must be known that the Interstellar Federation's defense line could be moved. As long as they retreated to the back of the battle fortress, they could force the great world of God to come out. Of course, the great world of God also gave a reply. At that time, the owner of the battle fortress was not in the fortress, and his combat power was not enough to repel the Titan Black Beetle, so he did not go out to battle. Okay, David nodded. David quickly left and met up with 2nd Lieutenant Mawson and the 6 Kaji, who had been waiting on the Wings of Death assault ship. The Wings of Death assault ship flew away from the base headquarters and towards the defense line. After flying for 20 kilometers, 2nd Lieutenant Mawson suddenly found an abnormal signal coming in. Help, help! 2nd Lieutenant Mawson turned on the signal, and a cry for help immediately came from the Wings of Death assault ship. Major, someone is calling for help. The location is 5 kilometers away from the flight path. Right here. 2nd Lieutenant Mawson opened the map on the screen and made a mark on it. On planet Battlestar, there was only one enemy, and that was the Zerg. The Zerg would never mimic a human's call for help and set up a trap. At least in all the years of war with the Zerg, such a thing had never happened. Therefore, 2nd Lieutenant Mawson immediately determined that this was the Federation's call for help. However, David had experienced many attacks, and he had a bad premonition for any accident. 2nd Lieutenant Mawson, play that sound again. David ordered in a deep voice. Yes, sir. 2nd Lieutenant Mawson didn't understand why David didn't immediately go to the rescue and instead asked to play it again. But as the adjutant, he had to carry out orders. Another cry for help came from the Wings of Death assault ship, and this time, David listened to it very seriously. David had an ability that he rarely used, the Master Negotiator. This ability had a special ability to judge human voices, and he could hear many things from them. David could hear panic, guilt, and falsehood in the voice, but he couldn't hear the emotions of someone facing danger. As for the other party's identity, David continued to order. Major, the other party might be heavily injured. We might not be able to contact them. 2nd Lieutenant Mawson softly objected. Carry out the order. David didn't explain and only ordered in a deep voice. Please report your identity. It'll be beneficial for our rescue. 2nd Lieutenant Mawson didn't say anything else and said through the public channel. After about 30 seconds, a reply came. I'm a staff officer of the 4th Forward Base, Chambers. I can't move. Please take me back to the headquarters. We'll be there soon. 2nd Lieutenant Mawson immediately replied. He turned to David and saw a playful smile on David's face. Major, is there a problem? 2nd Lieutenant Mawson turned off the public channel and asked, if you were injured so close to the headquarters and couldn't move, what would you do? David asked with a smile. He then turned to the other 6 Kaji and asked, what would you do? While 2nd Lieutenant Mawson was still thinking, 2nd Lieutenant Harcourt had already given the answer. I would use my identity bracelet to call for help from the headquarters. This distance is within the headquarters communication range. 2nd Lieutenant Harcourt said in a deep voice. He was different from 2nd Lieutenant Mawson. 2nd Lieutenant Mawson was an intelligence officer, not a warrior on the front line. So after hearing the distress signal, he instinctively wanted to go to the rescue. 2nd Lieutenant Harcourt, on the other hand, often carried out combat missions and had a lot of experience in dealing with accidents in the wild. He didn't notice it before, but after David reminded him, he realized something was wrong. Then, is this staff officer Chambers real? Could it be that his identity bracelet is partially faulty? When 2nd Lieutenant Mawson asked the second question, he felt that he couldn't justify it. If the identity bracelet was faulty, how could it send a distress signal to them? There's indeed a person called Staff Officer Chambers, but why did he set this trap? David was sure that this was a trap. He said in a deep voice. Although David had handed over the job of the inspector to 2nd Lieutenant Mawson, he had flipped through the list at the time. Although he didn't necessarily remember all the names of the soldiers at the back, he remembered the names of the officers at the headquarters very clearly. This was due to his strong spirit. Although he only glanced at it once, he remembered it in his mind. So, David confirmed that Staff Officer Chambers was an officer in the headquarters of the 4th Frontline Base, but he didn't understand why the other party wanted to deal with him. Second Lieutenant Mawson, you pilot the Wings of Death assault ship back to the base headquarters immediately and report this matter to General Babington. I'll go and see who wants to deal with me, David said as he began to organize his equipment. Major, let us go with you. Second Lieutenant Harcourt stood up and asked. Go back, this is an order. David waved his hand and decided. David was very angry. This was the Federation Army, the line of defense that protected the entire Interstellar Federation. But even here, there was still someone who wanted to deal with him. As for the danger, David still had some confidence in his own strength. As long as he was careful, he would be able to find the other party's trap while hiding himself from a long distance. David jumped off the Wings of Death and didn't fly. Instead, he went to the direction of the signal from the ground. Second Lieutenant Mawson slapped himself hard in the face. As an intelligence officer, he should have found the problem earlier than David. But until David raised the question, he didn't find anything unusual. Second Lieutenant Harcourt didn't persuade Second Lieutenant Mawson. He understood that this was a process of growth. General Babington, I'm Second Lieutenant Mawson, the adjutant of Major David. I have something to report to you. Second Lieutenant Mawson quickly recovered his emotions. He opened his identity bracelet and began to contact the Babington Transcendent. He wouldn't go back and report. That would be too much of a waste of time. If something really happened to David, how would he explain it to the military headquarters? Not to mention the actions of the Babington Transcendent after hearing Second Lieutenant Mawson's report. David soon found a sniping position after getting off the Wings of Death. At a distance of 5 kilometers, he could clearly see the situation over there through the scope of the Rohrer sniper rifle. In the scope, David saw an officer lying on the ground. Although he hadn't seen this officer before, David was sure that this was the staff officer named Chambers through the comparison of the photos in his memory. David turned the scope and looked around the staff officer Chambers, trying to find out if there was anything unusual. Soon, David aimed the scope at a boulder 20 meters away from the staff officer Chambers. This boulder was 3 meters high and 4 meters wide. It was eroded into an irregular shape by the wind. The boulder blocked the situation behind the boulder. David couldn't see the scene behind the boulder even if he let the shadow attendant fly in the air. However, David saw something flash on the edge of the boulder and then disappeared in an instant. Chapter 464. With his powerful mind, David's memory was extraordinary. Even though the thing only flashed for a moment, he still remembered it. In David's mind, he began to replay the scene. It looked like long hair or something thicker had been thrown out from behind the rock and then quickly retracted. This is planet Battlestar. Aside from humans, there are only insectoids. Could it be the insectoids? David thought to himself, but he quickly threw the idea to the back of his mind. No matter how many traps Advisor Chambers had set up, he would not conspire with the insectoids. Even though the insectoids had their own tricks, they would never work with humans. This was a race war. Suddenly, the image of the Sixth Knight riding on the warhorse appeared in David's mind. Wasn't the horse's tail like this? David recalled the name of an organization that had not made any moves for a long time. The Great World of God's Intelligence Organization in the Interstellar Federation. David had obtained hundreds of bottles of holy water of youth from this organization and had foiled their plans to ambush him many times. Otherwise, he really could not think of anyone else who could use the Great World of God to ambush him. After being here for a few days, he also knew how isolated the Great World of God was from the Interstellar Federation. I don't care who you are. Since you're here, don't go back. A cold light flashed in David's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. His aura became faintly discernible. The shadow attendant took out a camouflage cloth from his interspatial ring and covered his body with it. David's figure was completely blended in with his surroundings due to the camouflage cloth's optical concealment effect. He activated his silent stealth and began to move forward. He carefully controlled his speed so that the camouflage cloth's optical concealment effect would not be too distorted if he moved too quickly. Fortunately, the environment was very monotonous, and there was nothing too complicated. The camouflage cloth's optical concealment effect made it difficult to notice even if he moved slightly. In fact, Advisor Chambers, who was groaning on the ground, could not even stand up to check. Even if he was acting, he still needed to act like he was injured and unable to move. As for the knight behind the rock, it was impossible for him to check it out. Therefore, David's approach was very smooth, allowing him to easily reach a distance of 500 meters. The knight actually looked down on David's Kaji. David's strongest skill was sniping, but in the eyes of the knight, the so-called sniper master was just a gunner. In the knight's opinion, Kaji had already embarked on the wrong path of cultivation, let alone sniping Kaji, who did not rely on his own strength at all and relied solely on his sniper rifle, was a completely wrong profession. Although the sniper master was good at dealing with the Zergs, he could only deal with the weak level 3 Zergs. This kind of combat power was not worth much in the eyes of the knight. This time, when he received the order to capture David, the knight was just an executor. He did not communicate with Staff Officer Chambers and only acted according to the previous arrangement. At this moment, the knight was standing behind the rock, completely relying on his hearing and senses to sense his surroundings. The knight was very confident in his own strength. If he did not take into account his equipment, he would probably be on par with a normal transcendent. However, with his equipment, he could easily crush a normal transcendent. Even a top transcendent was nothing in his eyes. Staff Officer Chambers was very anxious. He fell to the ground and repeatedly called for help through his bracelet. At the same time, he also limited the communication range of his bracelet to 10 kilometers. He checked the time this morning, and only David needed to go to the frontline base defense line. So he used this method to attract David. Staff Officer Chambers had joined an organization that was very mysterious. As long as he provided some unimportant information, he would be able to exchange it for a handsome reward. This was very tempting for a middle-aged man who needed a lot of credits to feed his family. This organization probably knew about this, which was why they included Staff Officer Chambers in their development. From simple information at the start to sensitive information, Staff Officer Chambers was slowly eroded by the temptation. This time, he received a mission to lure David to a specific location. At first, he refused. He knew very well who David was and how important he was to the 4th Frontline base. However, the organization's attitude was very firm this time, and with a large sum of credits, he had no choice but to participate in the plan. At this moment, Staff Officer Chambers was already regretting his decision. He had only agreed to this plan because David had only just arrived on Warstar and was unfamiliar with the situation. Moreover, David was too young. Powerful young people all had the same problem of hot-bloodedness. As long as they heard someone calling for help, they would display a heroic demeanor and immediately go to the rescue. However, the call ended and rescue still did not arrive. Staff Officer Chambers wanted to stand up, but he was unable to do so. The injuries on his body were not fake, but they were the work of that night. Sir Knight, David doesn't seem to be coming. Should I continue? Staff Officer Chambers called out. However, to his surprise, the knight behind the rock did not react at all. Staff Officer Chambers did not know that the knight who came this time had not learned the Federation language. He usually used a translation device, but because he needed to focus on the capture, he had turned off the device. Speaking of which, this translation device was a product of the Federation. When David heard Staff Officer Chambers' words, a mocking expression flashed across his face. The ground beneath him automatically parted, and he dove into the ground like a fish. Underground stealth could be used for 1 minute, and he was only 500 meters away from the rock, so David used less than 30 seconds to reach the bottom of the rock. The shadow attendant remained on the ground, and David was able to see the full appearance of this knight through the shadow attendant's eyes. The first thing that caught David's attention was the warhorse. Although the Federation had long used hover cars as transportation, it was not like they did not see horses. However, David was sure that even among the genetically modified horses of the Federation, none of them could be compared to this warhorse on the night. This warhorse was covered in horse armor from head to toe. It was divided into head armor, neck armor, back armor, chest armor, belly armor, and leg armor. All of them were made of grade 3 materials. The equipment on this warhorse alone was more luxurious than many of the Federation's transcendent equipment. Not to mention, there were all kinds of patterns on the horse armor. David had seen many magical things in the great world of God, so he naturally would not treat these patterns as decorations. Although he did not know the effects of these patterns, the energy waves on the horse armor showed that it was not ordinary. With this kind of horse armor, the warhorse was naturally extraordinary. At such a close distance, the shadow attendant could feel the strength of the warhorse. Even David had a feeling that the warhorse's strength far exceeded his own. On the warhorse was a knight in armor. The knight's face was covered by a full helmet, and his expression could not be seen. The full body armor was very similar to the horse armor, and it was also made of grade 3 materials. There were also patterns on it, but this set of armor had more patterns. Small and complicated patterns covered the entire set of armor. On the knight's chest hung a small badge. The badge was in the shape of a shield with a small dagger on a blue background. The knight and the warhorse stood there, and there was a sense of harmony between them. David even felt that the knight's every breath was in sync with the warhorse's, and there was also a kind of energy circulating between the two. This was the first time David faced an enemy like this. He had to make a choice. Attack now or wait for the military transcendent to arrive. He was 100% sure that he only had one chance to attack, and the knight would not let him attack twice. The second time would be a failure. David did not have much time to think, because the underground move effect only lasted for 1 minute. He only had 15 seconds left to think, or he would have to stay underground for another 5 minutes and wait for the underground move ability to recover. Perhaps the knight was a little impatient, because the time was longer than expected. He pushed his helmet up and revealed a bearded face. It was a middle-aged man. Other than the slightly red color of his eyes, he was no different from the humans of the Interstellar Federation. At this moment, the knight also reacted to Chambers' yelling. He took out a translation device from the warhorse's side pocket and turned it on. Chambers' words were translated, and the knight's face was filled with anger. He entered a sentence into the translation device, and then a voice came from the translation device. "Shut up." Chambers was startled by the sudden voice. He immediately realized that it was the knight's response, and he immediately shut up. He was in a lot of pain, and he didn't know how long he had to wait. He didn't even know if David would come back. At the same time, a voice came from afar, and two transcendent figures could be vaguely seen flying in the sky. David saw them through the eyes of the shadow attendant. The knight also sensed the presence in the distance, and he quickly leaned his body against the rock. David's eyes lit up when he saw the knight's movement. David only had 5 seconds left, and he was about to give up on the assassination. However, the knight's face was not covered by the mask, and this gave David a chance. David entered the rock from underground, and this was the scariest part of the underground sneak. At the same time, the rocks also split apart silently, creating a tunnel for David to pass through. Even the knights who were close to him didn't sense anything. 2 seconds later, the distance between David and the knight was only a thin layer of rock. David wiped his calf and pulled out the transcendent stiletto. At this moment, David only needed to lightly stab the transcendent stiletto to pierce the knight's unprotected face. However, David had experienced many assassination attempts, and he knew that he could never rely on one hit to kill the target. Extreme speed, strength shock, strength boost, and strength stack were all activated, and his combat power instantly soared. Next, he pulled out the spirit arrow, bewitching pattern, and slumbering pattern from the soul fortress. He opened his mouth and activated the high-frequency sound wave. In the last 2 seconds of the underground sneak, the knight was still hiding his body and thinking about how to leave without being discovered by the two transcendent. David's attack was brazenly launched. Because they were so close that both sides were almost touching, David's attacks all landed on the knight. First, the spirit arrow, bewitching pattern, and slumbering pattern flew in front of the knight. Before the knight could react, his armor emitted a white light. Immediately, a barrier appeared on the knight's body. This barrier shook a little under the spirit arrow attack, but the bewitching pattern and slumbering pattern were blocked outside the barrier. At this moment, the high-frequency sound wave hit the barrier. Due to the distance, the high-frequency sound wave did not lose any of its original power. The white barrier dimmed a little, but it was still protecting the knight. Although the previous attacks were blocked, David could not stop now. He stabbed out with the transcendent stiletto in his hand. The transcendent stiletto surged with spatial energy. Then, the transcendent stiletto and David's arm disappeared from the spot and reappeared outside the giant rock. More than half of the transcendent stiletto was submerged in the barrier. However, the transcendent stiletto was blocked. At this point, the assassination attempt was considered a failure. However, the transcendent stiletto had pierced a little of the knight's skin. If this kind of injury had been pierced by other weapons, even if it was highly toxic, the knight would not have lost his ability to fight in a short period of time. Therefore, when the time came, David would have to bear the wrath of the knight. Whether it was capture or death, it was inevitable. However, the special effect of the transcendent stiletto erupted at this moment. The stunned expression on the knight's face froze as soon as it appeared. The knight was very strong. There was no doubt about that. Otherwise, the intelligence organization would not have let this knight come alone. Even if it was to deal with a transcendent, this knight's combat power was enough. However, this knight was too relaxed. Perhaps he was not fighting against the Zergs, but against the Interstellar Federation's Kaji, which made him lose his usual vigilance. If the knight did not open his helmet, David would not have been able to assassinate him at all. David did not have the slightest confidence to pierce through a full body armor with a special pattern and a grade 3 defense with a grade 3 sharpness of the transcendent stiletto. David's final attack was launched at the same time, which caught the knight off guard. No one would have thought that a target would appear from the boulder in front of them, which had been providing them with cover, and launch a round of attacks at them. Chapter 465. The knight's expression froze. A fist-sized rock appeared in the knight's head under the small wound that was so small that even blood couldn't flow out. Part of the rock was the knight's cheek, and the other part was his brain. The damage was unimaginable. No matter how strong the knight was, he lost his ability to fight back, and his life force was quickly draining away. To David's surprise, the knight's life force was as strong as the insectoid's. However, David also noticed that as the knight's life force was draining away, the horse he was riding also slowly lost its vitality. With a bang, the knight and the horse fell to the ground. The creature that was stronger than David died along with the knight. The shadow attendant rushed over and absorbed the souls of the knight and the horse. David walked out of the rock, and the rock behind him returned to its original state. He swung the transcendent stiletto to get rid of the blood on it. He then put the transcendent stiletto into the slot on his calf. The shadow attendant flew up into the sky under his control. The two transcendent in the distance were getting closer and closer. David did not hesitate. He quickly took off the knight's armor, then the horse's armor and the weapon pouch on the horse. He put the equipment aside and took out the grade 3 heavy axe from his back. He then chopped the knight's head open. He used the axe to pick out the rock and then chopped a few more times to cover up the original injury. The transcendent stiletto was David's life-saving weapon. He didn't want anyone to know about it. After doing all this, David walked out from behind the rock and met Chambers' eyes. Chambers' mind went blank. He didn't understand what was going on. How could a Kaji walk out from behind the rock? Wasn't that where the knight was? Staff Officer Chambers, you're so dedicated. David opened his visor and greeted with a smile. David's gaze swept over, and he naturally noticed that Staff Officer Chambers was heavily injured. If Zhang Tai really came here to save David, he would definitely not doubt Advisor Chambers. As long as he was close to Advisor Chambers, David would have nowhere to hide with the speed of a knight. Major David, Chambers screamed. His voice was sharp and piercing. One could imagine how he was feeling right now. It seems that you know me, David said with a smile. However, in Chambers' eyes, David's smile was like a demon's grin. Chambers thought about David's information. It was full of cold-blooded massacres. As long as David's life was threatened, David's revenge would be crazy and cruel. In David's revenge, hundreds of thousands of lives had been destroyed. Don't kill my family. I can tell you everything I know. Chambers screamed. His face was full of fear. David's smile froze on his face. He didn't expect Chambers to say something like that. Was he really that scary? David always thought he had a clear distinction between kindness and hatred. He would do his best to repay those who were kind to him, and he would do his best to kill those who wanted to kill him. He came from a peaceful world to this world. The area he was in was the monolith war zone. He was hunted down again and again, so he killed more and more people. He wasn't from this world, so he had a natural sense of isolation. Except for a few people he recognized, he didn't care about the rest. This was also the reason why David didn't feel any psychological pressure after slaughtering his enemies. To David, his enemies were no different from the insectoids. Tell me everything when you get back. I'll see how you perform, David said in the same tone as before. David, we're late, Transcendent Babington said as it landed. Afterward, Augustine, a transcendent, landed with a grade 3 shield in his hand. He carefully scanned his surroundings, providing protection to the people around him at all times. It could be seen that the Augustine Transcendent outside was completely different from the one in the headquarters. The Transcendent Augustine Transcendent was a responsible defender. This was probably why so many Transcendent wanted to cooperate with Transcendent Augustine Transcendent. Otherwise, with his temperament in the middle of a battle, no one would be at ease with him. You came at the right time. Staff Officer Chambers has arranged a good show for me, but he's not a qualified actor, David replied with a smile. Transcendent Babington turned to look at Staff Officer Chambers on the ground, anger rising on his face. Staff Officer Chambers, very good. I can't believe there's someone like you in my army. Staff Officer Chambers was a direct subordinate of Transcendent Babington. He was an officer in the headquarters. Now, this officer wanted to set a trap to deal with his colleague. This kind of behavior was the most serious crime in the army. It should be known that the army was a place where cooperation was emphasized. Everyone was always ready to leave their backs to their comrades. As a result, once a traitor appeared in the army, he would be despised by all the soldiers and would not be tolerated by the military law. Transcendent Babington thought of the trap and couldn't help but look around. He saw the rocks and smelled a trace of blood. Transcendent Babington walked towards the boulder and said, I'd like to see who dares to touch my 4th frontline base. Transcendent Augustine glanced at the trembling Staff Officer Chambers, spat hard on the ground, and followed Babington Transcendent. However, when the two Transcendent turned around the boulder and saw the corpse behind the boulder, they couldn't help but look at each other. Their eyes flashed with surprise. The appearance of a knight of the great world of God here was definitely something that surprised the two Transcendent. Usually, even if they wanted to see a knight of the great world of God, it was not easy. How could a knight take the initiative to come here? What surprised them even more was how such a knight could be killed by David. This was a knight of the great world of God. Although looking at the pile of equipment on the side, this was not a knight with a title. A knight was a knight. His combat power was not ambiguous at all. David, did you kill him? Transcendent Babington asked David, who had followed them. Just a little trick. This guy was too careless. He couldn't even hide well. David didn't explain much and said with a smile. Babington stared at David. He wanted to grab David and scold him. What did he mean by a little trick? How could he kill a knight? Was this a little trick? For such a knight, even if a level 3 Zerg directly hit the knight's body, it would at most cause some injuries, but it would not cause fatal damage. Babington Transcendent had seen this with his own eyes. Among the armors piled on the ground, there was a strong defense. Even if the Interstellar Federation tried its best to use technological means to imitate the great world of God's armor, it was far inferior to the great world of God's armor in terms of defense. I will take this corpse back. The military will deal with the great world of God. You must not go to them yourself. Transcendent Babington told David. He remembered David's revenge methods, but the great world of God was not so easy to take revenge on. Transcendent Babington was afraid that David's revenge would not only fail, but he would also get himself killed. Don't worry, I don't want to die yet. David also nodded honestly. Just killing a knight almost made him fail. How could he take the initiative to find trouble with the great world of God before he had the strength to do so? Thinking about what happened today, David really took a risk. He didn't expect the knight's armor to have such a terrifying defense. The defensive shield automatically rose as soon as it sensed an attack. Its defense was very strong. Even after blocking many of his attacks, it still did not disappear. If it weren't for the Transcendent Stiletto's space-jumping ability, which sent the stiletto's blade directly into the shield, David's series of attacks might not have been able to hurt the knight. The petrification ability of the Transcendent Stiletto played a decisive role, directly killing the knight. Otherwise, the knight's small wound would have disappeared automatically in a few hours. Babington, these are the spoils of war? David asked, pointing to the equipment on the side. David was actually asking for his spoils of war from the Transcendent Babington. His behavior was very obvious. Both the Transcendent Babington and the Transcendent Augustine could not help but shake their heads. No one will rob your spoils of war. You can keep these things as a collection. Babington Transcendent pointed to the equipment on the side and said without the slightest interest. David could not understand the attitude of the Transcendent Babington and the Transcendent Augustine. The two Transcendent obviously looked down on these equipment. However, the performance of these equipment was so amazing. The two Transcendent Babington were not tempted at all. This was too strange. However, David did not ask much. At this moment, 2nd Lieutenant Mawson came back with the Wings of Death assault ship. David looked at the time on his identity bracelet and quickly greeted the two Transcendent. Babington, Augustine, you take Staff Officer Chambers back for interrogation. I have to go to the frontline base. It's a little late now. When 2nd Lieutenant Mawson heard how David addressed the two Transcendent, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. He now knew how David got along with the Transcendent. They were really good friends. 2nd Lieutenant Harcourt, ask your men to come over and help load the spoils of war onto the assault ship. David turned his head and ordered 2nd Lieutenant Harcourt. Yes, Major. 2nd Lieutenant Harcourt heard the order and immediately responded loudly. 2nd Lieutenant Harcourt and his 5 Kaji teammates were very excited. This was the first time in so many days that David needed them to do something. These days, they followed David every day. They enjoyed the envious gazes of the entire 4th Frontline base, but they could not do anything for David. Although it was just a simple load of spoils of war, the 6 Kaji were very excited. They quickly loaded the spoils of war onto the Wings of Death assault ship. Under the gaze of the two Transcendent, the Wings of Death assault ship flew towards the frontline base defense line. The two Transcendent also grabbed Staff Officer Chambers and returned to the base headquarters. David sat in the Wings of Death assault ship. His eyes swept over the knight and warhorse equipment on the side from time to time. He reached out and took the helmet. He touched the helmet with his fingers and found that there was no energy reaction on the helmet. It was completely different from when the knight was wearing it. All the energy of the helmet seemed to be locked in the helmet like a dead object. David couldn't believe it. He took the rest of the armor and found the same thing. He took a part of the horse armor and found the same thing. Major, it said that there are only a few pieces of equipment in the great world of God that don't require blood power. The rest require blood power to use. 2nd Lieutenant Mawson, who was piloting the Wings of Death, saw this scene and couldn't help but say, perhaps ordinary soldiers could not access the information of the great world of God, but 2nd Lieutenant Mawson, as an intelligence officer, knew a little about it. A knight's equipment must be connected to the knight's blood power in order to unleash the power of the equipment. Does this warhorse also have blood power? David asked as he waved the horse armor in his hand in confusion. David believed that the knight had blood power, But no matter how magical this warhorse was, it couldn't have blood power that only humans in the great world of God could have. I know a little, but I don't know if it's right. The relationship between the knight and the warhorse in the great world of God is very close. The warhorse must be nurtured from a young age. Some methods must be used to connect the warhorse and the knight. The warhorse can share the blood of the knight, and the knight can also share the life force of the warhorse. Second Lieutenant Mawson replied with a smile. David nodded. He now remembered that a part of the knight's brain had been turned to stone, but he could still stay alive for a long time. That vigorous life force was not something a human could have. After the knight died, the warhorse also died. One must know that the warhorse was very strong. It could carry an armored knight, and, at the same time, it was also covered in thick horse armor. Even if it was heavily injured, it would not die immediately. David didn't have time to study the spoils of war. The wings of Death assault ship had arrived at the defense line, and the Zergs in the distance had also appeared. David did not hesitate. He jumped down from the wings of Death assault ship and flew to the sniper position of the 1st Battalion. The Kaji who thought he wouldn't come cheered when they saw him. The morale of the Kaji immediately soared. The battle lasted for an hour. After David killed 2 level 3 Zergs and almost 50 level 2 Zergs, the Zergs began to disperse. The reason why he was able to kill so many level 2 Zergs was because of the roaring sniper rifle. After the level 2 Zergs were 3,000 meters away, David switched to the roarer sniper rifle. This greatly increased his shooting speed from 1 shot per second to 1 shot per 3 seconds. With this sniping speed, and with the cooperation of the other Kaji snipers, all the level 2 Zergs were killed before they could reach the Kaji's battle formation. Chapter 466. In the dormitory, David looked at the trophies piled up in the hall. His curiosity about these trophies was not over yet. Unlike other people, the people of the Interstellar Federation did not have a bloodline, so that they could not use these equipment. But David was different. The Shadow Attendant's strange means allowed the Shadow Attendant to activate the equipment that could only be activated by a bloodline. Therefore, the value of these trophies in David's eyes was not just a pile of collectibles, as Babington Transcendent had said. David wanted to find some useful items from them. David first took the knight's armor aside, and then separated the horse's armor from the equipment. He first assembled the horse's armor. He found that the horse's armor did not need the horse to stand up. There was a strange connection between the components of the horse's armor, which could maintain a standard standing position. Soon, the horse's armor was assembled in the hall. It was not difficult. Although the craftsmanship of the great world of God was different from that of the Interstellar Federation, this difference was not out of David's scope of understanding. After that, he assembled the knight's armor. When the armor stood up, he found that the armor was connected with the horse's armor. Fortunately, the hall of the dormitory was high enough. The horse's armor and armor formed a set in the hall, which had a special kind of domineering aura. No wonder Babington said that this was a collectible. It really looks good. David smiled and looked at the set of equipment. He tried it when he assembled it. Although the Shadow Attendant could activate the armor and even the horse's armor, these pieces of equipment were too heavy for the Shadow Attendant to use. If David wanted to use these pieces of equipment, they would return to their original state. So what Babington Transcendent said was true. Without the bloodline power, this set of equipment was a collectible. David picked up the weapon bag that was originally hanging next to the horse. The weapon bag was about 1 meter long and made of some kind of leather. However, when he opened the weapon pouch, he found that there was nothing inside. Because the weapon pouch was very small, the flat space could only fit 2 long daggers. Just as David was puzzled, he suddenly thought of something. He summoned the Shadow Attendant and entered the Shadow Attendant's body. After that, the Shadow Attendant sent his mind into the weapon pouch. This time, what he sensed was completely different from what he saw. The weapon pouch was a spatial item that was about a cubic meter in size. Inside it was a level 3 heavy sword, a small round shield, a dagger, and a crossbow. There were no personal belongings inside, nor were there any books that David wanted the most. This knight lived on the War Star, so his personal belongings were naturally in his room. Moreover, he was out on a mission, so it was impossible for him to bring his personal belongings with him. Soon, all 4 weapons were taken out and placed on the ground. David first picked up the level 3 heavy sword. He had used a quasi-transcendent weapon before, so he wanted to try activating the level 3 heavy sword to see what kind of effect it had. However, to his surprise, the 3rd grade heavy sword did not undergo any changes along with his mental power. It was just like an ordinary 3rd grade heavy sword. However, David clearly saw that it was just like the other quasi-transcendent weapons. There was a special pattern on the hilt. This can't be activated by the bloodline power, right? David looked at the level 3 heavy sword in his hand and couldn't help but think to himself. While he was thinking, the shadow attendant flew over. Then, through the shadow attendant's body, he poured his mind into the pattern on the hilt. A white light appeared on the level 3 heavy sword in his hand. Soon, through the feedback of the level 3 heavy sword, David learned the name of the level 3 heavy sword in his hand. Shredding heavy sword has the effect of shredding 10 times per day. This shredding effect can cause the enemy to receive a shredding attack when it comes into contact with the enemy. After the shredding effect is cast, a wound will be created where the shredding heavy sword hit. This wound will continue to bleed for 1 minute. When the shredding heavy sword was used with a certain battle skill, it could unleash an unimaginable power. Think about it. In a battle, if the shredding heavy sword hit the enemy's artery, then the shredding effect would cause the blood in the artery to spurt out. 1 minute was enough for the enemy to completely lose the ability to fight and resist. Even if the enemy had an extremely strong recovery ability, this effect could guarantee that the enemy would not be able to recover in a short time, thus ensuring the effectiveness of the attack. Although this weapon was very good, he could not call the shadow attendant to help him activate it every time. This would be very inconvenient in an intense battle. Of course, this quasi-transcendent weapon that could only be activated with the power of blood was much better than the quasi-transcendent weapon that the great world of God created for the Interstellar Federation Transcendent. This shredding heavy sword could be used 10 times per day, while the quasi-transcendent weapon used by the Transcendent did not require the power of blood, but it could only be used once per day. The difference between the two was too big. David did not know if this was a restriction that the great world of God created for the Interstellar Federation Transcendent, or if it was really because of the lack of materials. Casually putting this shredding heavy sword aside, David picked up the small round shield. The back of the small round shield could be held in 2 ways. One was to hold it with the hand, and the other was to stick on the armor. There was a corresponding interface on the armor. This time, David was too lazy to try it himself, because he knew that this was a weapon that could only be activated with the power of blood. The almost solidified energy clearly showed the result of the effect being locked. David used the mind of the shadow attendant to activate the pattern on the small round shield. After a flash of white light, David was wrapped in a light barrier. This round shield was called the Guardian Shield. It could be activated 10 times per day. The light barrier on David's body was the Guardian Light. The Guardian Light was effective against mental, physical, and energy-type attacks. Of course, when David activated it, he did not provide the Guardian Shield with the power of blood, so the defensive effect of the Guardian Shield was very limited. When David attacked the knight, the Guardian Light on the knight's body was fixed on the knight's armor. It would be automatically activated once the knight was attacked. The reason why the light of protection was so powerful was that the light of protection had been absorbing the knight's energy to maintain the consumption of the light of protection after it was activated. The stronger the energy in one's body, the stronger one's defense would be. You put the Guardian Shield aside. Compared to the shredding Ape, the Guardian Shield's effect was too small. A Guardian Light without much defensive power was very limited. David would not entrust his defense to the Guardian Light. He believed in his own ability. The dagger was nothing special. It was just a sharp 3rd grade dagger, but the style was exotic. Lastly, the crossbow also had a pattern on it. The short arrow inside was a finger-length steel needle. There was something smeared on the steel needle that made it have a faint fishy smell. David had never seen this kind of crossbow before. The crossbow could only be fired once at a time. If he wanted to use it again, he would have to manually reload it. The crossbow was currently loaded. David had the shadow servant take out a rank 3 material from his spatial ring and placed it on the ground. Then he aimed the crossbow at the 3rd grade material and pressed the trigger. With a soft sound, the steel needle flew out. The steel needle hit the 3rd grade material and was deflected to the side. David, on the other hand, was not surprised. If this seemingly ordinary steel needle could really pierce through a grade 3 material, David would have suspected that the grade 3 material he had obtained was a fake. David reloaded the crossbow and changed the needle. This time, he used his mind to let the shadow attendant activate the pattern on the crossbow. As the pattern flashed, David saw a white pattern appear on the crossbow and then enter the crossbow. David fired the crossbow again. The steel needle flew out, but this time, the steel needle had a white glow. This time, the steel needle hit the 3rd grade material and immediately burst into a white mist. David quickly flipped back and moved away. A layer of frost formed on the 3rd grade material and a 1-meter radius around it. The temperature in the hall dropped instantly. David's eyes lit up. This seemingly ordinary crossbow could release a frost attack. At the same time, because of the frost power, the steel needle's destructive power increased. The steel needle pierced a little into the 3rd grade material. David finally understood why the needles were smeared with poison. After the power of frost was added to the crossbow, even Tier 3 materials could penetrate it a little. If it was used against an enemy, it wouldn't be a problem to pierce the enemy's skin in a sudden situation, and then the poison would take effect. This time, the spoils of war were rich, but that was not the most important thing. David pressed one hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder, and then a trace of soul energy flowed into it. David then checked his will. In the past few days, his will had grown rapidly. With today's harvest, it had risen to 732. David even suspected that as long as he stayed here, his will would be able to reach 8 in a few months. David withdrew his thoughts and entered the shadow attendant's body. This time, he wanted to see the ball of knowledge he had obtained. Charge strike, battle skill, 10% perfection. This was the ball of knowledge that the unknown knight had given to David. It was a battle skill ball that David could use. This unexpected surprise made David feel that it was too sudden. He had not obtained a useful ball of knowledge for a long time. These days, the number of level 3 and level 2 insectoids that he had killed was shocking. However, there was not a single ball of knowledge that could increase his strength. David thought that this time, he would obtain a bloodline restriction innate ability. He did not expect that it would be a battle skill that could be learned. Without thinking much, the charge strike, battle skill 10% perfection, ball of knowledge was transferred into his soul. In an instant, David's vision blurred and the space he was in changed into a dense forest. The body that David had possessed was not the knight that David had expected. Instead, it was a man wearing a simple shirt and holding a short sword. There was no armor, no horse, no resemblance to a knight. The man was crouching behind a tree. His body maintained a posture, and all his strength was concentrated in the short sword in his hand. In the distance, a cheetah sniffed the air and seemed to have discovered other creatures. The cheetah bared its fangs and let out a low growl. The cheetah pounced towards the tree that the man was hiding in. Just as the cheetah approached, the man moved. The short sword in his hand exploded with a strength that was not equal to his own. David felt that when he stabbed with the sword, all the strength in his body was sucked out. He felt that his whole body was empty. The short sword stabbed the cheetah's head. This was the cheetah's toughest part. However, an ordinary short sword exploded with a terrifying strength. The short sword pierced the cheetah's skull, and even the cheetah's brain was pierced. Then, the illusion changed. The man that David had possessed was facing stronger enemies. The man also slowly increased his strength. This made the man's attacks become fiercer. However, the man still only had the strength for one attack. After that attack, he would not have any strength left. After a long time, David opened his eyes. A large amount of knowledge hovered in his mind and then turned into his own instinct. The charged strike should have nothing to do with a knight's ability. In David's opinion, this combat skill was a kind of ability of a death warrior. Exploding out all the power in one's body in an instant, this kind of explosiveness was achieved by overdrawing one's own power. Therefore, the person who used the charged-up strike would be very weak for a period of time afterwards. This was completely different from the fighting style of a knight. It was more like an assassin. In fact, this knight was trained by the intelligence organization to work for them. Because of the work, what the intelligence organization needed was not a knight who fought on the front line, but an assassin who could do the dirty work. Therefore, the knight trained by the intelligence organization needed to learn how to assassinate in addition to knight training from a young age. This knight was the one with the best performance among all the knights that the intelligence organization had trained over the years. His charged-up strike could always catch his opponent off guard. Even opponents who were stronger than the knight would fall in his hands. David looked at this new ability in his attribute panel. There was a sense of relief on his face. He now knew that the knight he assassinated was also an assassin. However, his identity was shown as a knight, and he was working with advisor chambers. Therefore, he did not show his ability as an assassin. If David's attack did not succeed, what awaited David would be an attack that David could not resist. David shook his head. He did not underestimate this knight before. Now, he was more careful. In the future, he would have to be more cautious when facing anyone from the great world of God. He wanted to find the ball of knowledge provided by the soul of the warhorse, but he did not find it. The warhorse was obviously very strong, but it did not produce a ball of knowledge, which surprised him. David had a certain understanding of creatures that could produce balls of knowledge. Intelligent creatures would almost always give themselves the ball of knowledge with the strongest ability. Other creatures would have to see if they had any special ability. Otherwise, they would not give the ball of knowledge at all. Chapter 467. David, this is Chambers' interrogation record. You can take a look. The Transcendent of Babington looked at David, who was sitting on the side drinking juice, and sent the record to David's identity bracelet. This interrogation record was within David's authority. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to get involved and that Staff Officer Chambers' incident had caused too much damage, he would have been the one to interrogate Staff Officer Chambers. David was an inspector, so he had the authority to interrogate people. Originally, the Transcendent of Babington didn't want to give this interrogation record to David because he was worried that David would do something out of his control. However, after talking with David, he discovered that David didn't have any thoughts of revenge, or rather, David didn't reveal any such intentions. At the same time, the Transcendent of Babington needed to let David know what had happened so that David would be more careful in the future. David opened his identity bracelet and saw the new document. He quickly scanned it. So you're saying that there's an organization related to the great world of God that wants to set up a trap to capture me? David closed the document and raised his head. In truth, when he said this, he already knew what organization it was. The only trouble David had with the great world of God was the dispute with the world of God's intelligence. This was because the world of God's intelligence hadn't forgotten about him and wanted to continue to capture him. Don't worry, this is Warstar. Whether it's the great world of God or our Federation, we don't want any internal strife on Warstar. The other party's actions have crossed the line, and it won't happen again, the Transcendent of Babington said with certainty. The corpses of the knight and the warhorse were handed over by the Transcendent of Babington. The military attached great importance to this matter and immediately contacted the Warstar representative of the great world of God. The Warstar representative of the great world of God also took this matter very seriously and expressed that he would give the Federation an explanation. Two civilizations with completely different knowledge systems were resisting the invasion of the insectoids on the same planet. This required the two civilizations to coexist peacefully and work together. However, This was easier said than done. Two completely different civilizations on this planet would collide in all aspects. Over countless years, both sides had gone through many negotiations, and both sides had paid a huge price to achieve the current balance. The great world of God would deal with the high-level insectoids on planet Battlestar, while the level 3 and below insectoids would be dealt with by the Federation. The Federation would also be responsible for the insectoids that wanted to leave planet Battlestar. In space, the Federation's super battleships were extremely powerful. Under the circumstances of not caring about the losses, they could kill any insectoids. Thus, neither the Interstellar Federation nor the great world of God wished for any problems to arise within their respective alliances. This time, someone on the great world of God side had taken the initiative to stir up trouble, so the great world of God naturally began an investigation. In the headquarters of the world of God's intelligence, in the War Castle, an old man looked at the piece of paper in his hand, his face a mixture of anger and helplessness. He had never imagined that a knight using the organization's intelligence system would fail to capture David, and instead, the knight would be killed. The old man did not blame anyone, because he had no way of blaming anyone. The old man turned to the butler, standing respectfully to the side and sighed. "Butler, it seems like you were right. Master, do you want to send more people to complete the mission?" The butler softly asked without revealing any emotion. The old man waved his hand and said, "There's no need. We didn't succeed in capturing David this time, so we won't have another chance on planet Battlestar." Just as the old man said this, a knight strode in. The knight bowed and reported, "Sir, Earl Brooks's knight has arrived. He said that His Excellency will arrive in 5 minutes." The old man stood up and indifferently said, "Trouble has arrived." Earl Brooks was the great world of God's administrator on planet Battlestar. Although he was not the most noble person on planet Battlestar, he was still one of the few with the most authority. The old man was only a baron, so when Earl Brooks came to visit, the old man had to personally welcome him. This was also why the knight had arrived first to inform him. Although the great world of God's intelligence network aimed at the Interstellar Federation sounded like it had a lot of authority, the truth was that this organization was not valued by the great world of God. In particular, there were many traditionalists in the great world of God who trusted their own martial prowess more, so they did not need to interact too much with the Interstellar Federation. In the eyes of the people of the great world of God, the Interstellar Federation was a world of non-believers, which was unacceptable to them. If not for the threat of the insectoids, the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation would have long ago been unable to coexist. The people of the great world of God did not want their world to be influenced by the Interstellar Federation, whether it was in terms of technology, civilization, or ideology. As a result, the scale and operations of this intelligence network were greatly restricted, and their influence in the great world of God was very weak. If not for the fact that there were still a few big shots supporting this intelligence network, it would have been shut down long ago. The butler quickly stepped forward and tidied up the old man's clothes. Normally, important night visits would be announced a few hours or even a few days in advance. However, Earl Brooks' visit this time was obviously an impromptu decision, so the old man only had 5 minutes to prepare. The old man also did not have time to change into formal attire. Fortunately, he usually wore more luxurious clothes in the castle. Although it was a bit impolite to greet him in formal attire, it was not too embarrassing. The butler then took out a long cloak and carefully put it on the old man. The old man stood there and thought about what was going to happen and how to deal with it. As for the 5 minutes of preparation time, he did not need to worry about it. That would be taken care of by the loyal butler. "Master, you can go out now," the butler softly reminded. The old man nodded and walked out of the room. When he arrived at the castle square, 5 knights were already fully equipped, riding war horses and wearing armor, waiting there. The old man looked at the 3 knights in a daze. There used to be 6 knights in his castle, but the most powerful one had disappeared forever. A servant brought over a pure-blooded warhorse. This horse was not wearing a horse armor, which made it look even more extraordinary. The old man rejected the butler's help and stepped on the warhorse. The butler ordered the servants to open the gate of the battle fort. The old man was in the front, and the 5 knights were behind him. They rode from a square to the gate of the battle fort and stood there waiting for Earl Brooks. The butler sighed in his heart. If this was the great world of God, the welcoming ceremony for an earl would not be this simple. There were no trumpeters, no family flags, and no backup team. This was the only way to welcome Earl Brooks. Very punctually, the 12 knights in the distance separated into 2 rows. Under the protection of the knight, a carriage pulled by 4 white war horses quickly approached. The carriage was inlaid with many gems, and these gems matched with the patterns carved into the carriage, making it look exceptionally luxurious. "The venerable Earl Brooks has arrived," a knight beside the carriage called out. The old man and the 5 knights jumped down from their war horses and bowed as they waited for the carriage to approach. The old man stepped forward and greeted Earl Brooks, who was just alighting from the carriage. "Welcome, venerable Earl Brooks. Your arrival has covered the castle in holy light. Baron Devold, I feel your great hospitality." Even though he had come with anger, Earl Brooks still maintained a smile as he returned the greeting. Earl Brooks had been able to become an administrator on Warstar precisely because of his personality. He was experienced in doing things and was very suitable for an environment like Warstar. Baron Devold led the way. He also knew Earl Brooks' personality. He would not talk about official matters before taking a seat. This was the self-restraint of a noble. Earl Brooks sat in the main seat in the reception hall, while Baron Devold sat in the second seat. The butler carefully served drinks before withdrawing. "I see that you only have 5 knights left." Earl Brooks took a sip of his drink. When he put down the cup, his expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, "Don't worry." "Yes, Your Excellency," Baron Devold replied with a bitter smile. "Don't you know that it's not allowed to stir up trouble on Warstar?" Earl Brooks asked with a heavier tone. "I have neglected my duty." Baron Devold did not explain, and Earl Brooks was not here to listen to his explanation. "How do you plan to deal with this?" Earl Brooks asked, the anger on his face easing a little. "I will take out the appropriate amount of wealth to atone for my crimes. I hope that Your Excellency can mediate on my behalf," Baron Devold helplessly said. Baron Devold was a noble. This crime seemed very serious, but as long as he did not go too far, he could use wealth to atone for it. That young man called David will not accept ordinary wealth. If you want to atone for your crimes, think carefully, Earl Brooks said lightly. After Earl Brooks received the corpses of the knight and the warhorse, he also received information about the Interstellar Federation. After some investigation, he also found out about the person involved, David. Earl Brooks did not care at all about how David had gotten into a conflict with the Interstellar Federation. He only needed to mediate this matter. As long as David did not pursue the matter, according to the laws of the great world of God, this matter would end. This was the explanation Earl Brooks wanted to give. In fact, the military also knew that the military could not force the great world of God to follow the laws of the Federation. This was not very realistic. In the past, this was how conflicts were handled. If someone from the Federation took the initiative to start a conflict, then the Federation's laws would be followed. Like this time, where the great world of God took the initiative to start a conflict, the great world of God's laws would have to be dealt with. Earl Brooks had seen David's information, and there was a description of David's wealth. He guessed that the military wanted to resolve this conflict as soon as possible, so they pointed out all the possible accidents that might happen. If David was an ordinary Kaji, then Baron Devold would only need to pay some ordinary wealth to satisfy David. However, David's wealth was so great that even Earl Brooks was shocked when he saw it. Earl Brooks could not understand why someone with so much wealth would come to a place like Planet Battlestar, fight on the front lines, and do such a dangerous thing. The secret of David's wealth could still be kept a secret from the general public, but after such a long time, the military had long since confirmed that the Tordo Fund's largest shareholder was David. In the military's files, David was an ascetic who was crazily obsessed with his own strength. This judgment was also in Earl Brooks's hands, which was why he reminded Baron Durward. Baron Devold, who controlled the Interstellar Federation, naturally knew about David's wealth, and it was because he knew that he was even more helpless. With the enmity between the Interstellar Federation and David, Baron Devold did not want to give David something too good, especially something that could directly increase David's strength. Baron Devold had many treasures in his hands as he ran the Interstellar Federation. In order to bribe the Transcendent, he also had a few quasi-transcendent weapons that could be used without bloodline power. This was also the most acceptable way for David to get out of his sin. Baron Devold had to consider that if David did not accept his atonement, then he would have to accept the punishment of the great world of God. Baron Devold could determine what the punishment would be, a demotion or a transfer. He could not accept either of these punishments. A demotion meant that his family's many years of hard work would be in vain, and his family would be reduced from a noble to a quasi-noble. A transfer would also remove the power in Baron Devold's hands. He would lose his role in the eyes of the big shots. He had offended a lot of people over the years. Without a noble title and the protection of this power, he felt cold just thinking about the consequences. So even if he did not want to, he still wanted to take out something that could satisfy David and completely resolve this matter. Baron Devold thought about David's information. He even had information about David's participation in the first college of Iridia's entrance exam. He remembered that David was not only a sniper master, but also a heavy axe master. Thinking of this, he decided to take out a quasi-transcendent weapon. However, it was not a heavy axe, but a spear. Housekeeper, take out the shining spear. Baron Devold ordered the housekeeper who was guarding outside the door. Soon, a knight followed behind the housekeeper. The knight carried a grade 3 spear in his hand and walked in. The spear was engraved with patterns from the body to the tip of the spear. Earl Brooks, this shining spear is my atonement. I hope it can make up for my mistakes. Baron Devold stood up and said with a bow, Baron Devold, sometimes you are very smart, but you have to be careful not to be fooled by your little cleverness. Duke Brooks looked at Flash's spear and nodded softly, saying with a double meaning. Chapter 468. A day later, when David received the shining spear, he was stunned. He didn't understand why this quasi-transcendent weapon was sent to him. He could only look at Babington Transcendent with a questioning gaze, wanting to get an answer from Babington Transcendent. David, this quasi-transcendent weapon is really a waste for you. You should know that the great world of God rarely makes quasi-transcendent weapons other than level 3 heavy swords. This shining spear is a top-notch weapon for spear users. Babington Transcendent said with a smile. Babington Transcendent knew that David was a heavy axe grandmaster. This shining spear was not suitable for David, but for a quasi-transcendent weapon of this level, he couldn't say much. Babington, I don't understand why the great world of God gave me this quasi-transcendent weapon. David saw that Babington Transcendent didn't give him the answer he wanted, so he asked directly. This is the law of the great world of God. The other party admitted that they sent people to arrest you, which violated the rules jointly set by the two worlds on Warstar. Therefore, they took out this quasi-transcendent weapon to atone for their crime. This is an atonement. If you accept it, it means that you will no longer pursue this matter. Babington Transcendent explained to David with a smile. David finally understood why the shining spear was sent to him. Of course, he didn't want to forgive the intelligence organization, but even if he was now a transcendent, he was no match for the intelligence organization. That was the official organization of the great world of God. In the spirit of taking advantage of the situation, he decided to accept this atonement. Of course, if David knew that if he didn't accept the atonement, the Baron behind the scenes would be in big trouble, so he wouldn't accept the atonement. But no one explained this to him, or no one considered that David would refuse to get a quasi-transcendent weapon, even if this quasi-transcendent weapon was not a weapon he was good at. David grabbed the shining spear, waved it twice, and asked worriedly, Then, is it okay if I accept it? Transcendent Babington smiled and nodded. Of course it's okay. Then the great world of God sent people to arrest you is over, and they promise that it won't happen again. Let them come. Who would refuse such a good thing? David seemed to have forgotten the horror of the night, and said with a smile. Transcendent Babington looked at the shining spear in David's hand and said with regret, "The shining spear is not very useful for you. It's a pity that I can't help you exchange it for a heavy axe of the same quality." If a heavy axe grandmaster like David had a quasi-transcendent heavy axe in his hand, his combat strength would be greatly improved. David said indifferently, "It's not a waste. My spear mastery has reached the master level, so this spear could be quite powerful in my hands." Babington Transcendent wanted to use words to remind David that this flashing spear was not compatible with his attribute. He pointed out that he couldn't exchange for the quasi-transcendent heavy axe, so he could help Babington Transcendent exchange this flashing spear with David. As for what to exchange for the shining spear, it was not what Transcendent Babington was thinking. If David agreed, Transcendent Benin would borrow everywhere to exchange for the shining spear. However, after hearing David's words, Transcendent Babington knew that he was thinking too much. David was a monstrous genius, and even his spear mastery had reached the master level. When David was about to leave with the shining spear, Transcendent Babington said to David, "Because you were attacked, our operation was postponed for 2 days. Tomorrow morning, we will start the operation nearby. We will go 50 kilometers deep into the insectoid territory for cooperative training." David returned to the dormitory with the shining spear. He did not test the spear in Babington Transcendent Babington, but when he heard the name of the spear, he already had some guesses in his heart. At this moment, he was standing in the living room. Although the living room was not too big, he was not ready to wave the spear. He was just trying to activate the spear's ability. As his spirit entered the shining spear in his hand, he felt the shining spear in his hand emit a dazzling light. However, the strange thing was that his angle was very strange. Although the light was dazzling, he could clearly see the front with the shining spear in his hand. Although David did not observe from other angles, he was sure that people in other positions would be affected by the light. At the same time, he also learned some information about the shining spear. This shining spear was a bit more advanced than an ordinary quasi-transcendent weapon. It could activate the shining spear twice a day. Maybe Baron Devold thought that there was not much difference between 1 shining spear per day and 2 shining spears per day. For the great world of God, this kind of quasi-transcendent weapon was trash. However, in the Interstellar Federation, this kind of quasi-transcendent weapon was very valuable. The next morning, David ate the level 3 strengthened meat and practiced the spirit forging metal body technique and the soft body technique. David was now experiencing the feeling of being at the peak of Kaji. No matter how much he practiced, his strength and constitution did not change at all. The only change was a vague feeling. This kind of training was a test of one's perseverance. Because of the lack of results after a long period of practice, one would lose the motivation to practice. This kind of process might only take a few months or a few years. It was because of this uncertainty that many peak Kaji were unable to persevere. As long as they slacked off, their chances of becoming a transcendent would become very slim. David was fine. His dexterity was constantly increasing. As long as he practiced the soft body technique and used the level 3 strengthened meat, his dexterity would increase. In addition, his will attribute was constantly increasing after absorbing soul energy. David would not think that he would not improve after practicing. After finishing these training sessions, he practiced the Knight's Cross Slash and the Charge Strike combat skills. When he opened the door, the rarely seen adjutant, Second Lieutenant Mawson, was not at the door. After receiving the news that there was a mission, David notified Second Lieutenant Mawson. Second Lieutenant Mawson and the 6 Kaji finally had the chance to rest for a day. These days, they accompanied David every day. They all participated in the defense of the defense line. Everyone was working hard. David also greeted the defense line. Of course, The Babington Transcendent had also made arrangements. 3 Transcendent from the military had gone to the defense line yesterday. They would stay at the defense line these days to assist in the defense. David is here. The Babington Transcendent greeted with a smile. When David arrived at the agreed meeting point, the 4 Transcendent had already arrived. David was the last to arrive. He could not help but look at his identity bracelet again. When he found that he was not late, he let out a long sigh of relief. He did not want to leave the impression that he was not punctual on his first mission with the 4 Transcendent. "Good morning, everyone." David greeted the 4 Transcendent with a smile. Then he looked at the Transcendent Benton and said, "I'll lend you this spear. Maybe it will increase everyone's income." As he spoke, he threw the flashing spear in his hand over. The Transcendent Benton took the flashing spear with some surprise. When he saw the pattern on the flashing spear, his eyes could not help but light up. Where did this quasi-transcendent weapon come from? The Transcendent Benton was not polite. He took the flashing spear and stabbed it a few times, then held it in his hand and asked, "It's an atonement from the great world of God. I just brought it over yesterday. I forgot to tell you." The Transcendent Buffington explained with a smile. The truth was that the Transcendent Buffington deliberately did not say it, because the Transcendent Benton used spears. He was worried that there would be conflicts between the Transcendent Benton and David because of the flashing spear. But he never thought that David would bring the flashing spear today and lend it to the Transcendent Benton. In fact, this was the best choice. The increase in the combat power of the Transcendent Benton represented the increase in the combat power of the entire team. It would be easier in the battle, and they could also get more loot. "Brother David, I'll return it to you after the mission is completed. I can enjoy this luxurious weapon." The Transcendent Benton laughed and said to David. The Transcendent Benton also understood the value of the flashing spear in his hand. He had no intention of keeping it. The fact that David was willing to lend it to him was already a huge favor. He knew this in his heart. This was also David's trust in him. He would not betray this trust. Of course, David believed in the Transcendent Benton. They were all comrades who had faced life and death together. The Transcendent Benton was a comrade who could entrust his back to David. A transcendent weapon did not mean much to him. "I'm a little regretful. I should have learned how to use a spear. In fact, my spear talent is not bad." The Transcendent Garth joked on the side. "Yeah, Garth, your spear is like a war hammer." The Transcendent Benton turned around and said. Everyone burst into laughter. The Transcendent Buffington was very satisfied. This kind of atmosphere was very good for cooperation. "Everyone, our target today is the giant claw flaming worm. There are 2 giant claw flaming worms in this area." Babington Transcendent clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. He then said, "That's right." Then he shared the map on his identity bracelet with everyone. David saw the mission area on the map. It was not far, but it was 50 kilometers away from the defensive line. "David, which positions can you fill?" The Transcendent Buffington then asked David. The other 3 Transcendent Buffington's question was very puzzling. They all knew about David's strength. He was a sniper master and a heavy axe grandmaster. Why did the Transcendent Buffington ask such a question? The Transcendent Buffington certainly knew about David's strength, but he did not know about David's other abilities. Before yesterday, the Transcendent Buffington did not know that David was also a spear master. Although a spear master was not enough in front of a sniper master and a heavy axe grandmaster. But that was relative. Any spear master was not simple. There were countless Kaji in the army who used spears, but there were very few who could really become a spear master. Therefore, the Transcendent Buffington needed to know about some of David's abilities. Of course, he only wanted to know about David's abilities that were useful for the mission. "I can scout and track," David replied after thinking about it. The next area they were going to enter was the real dangerous area. David did not want to hide his ability and put the whole team in danger. "I can understand being a scout. With your assassination ability, you even killed Knight, but tracking requires experience." The Transcendent Buffington did not believe in David. He was responsible for everyone's safety. The 2 abilities David mentioned were related to the safety of the whole team. He had to ask clearly. Indeed, it was definitely not a problem to let a person who could assassinate a knight be a scout. Although the abilities of an assassin and a scout were not the same, the concealment ability needed by an assassin was similar to that of scout. It was just that one was only for detection, while the other was for detection and killing. "Little White, come out and say hello to everyone," David said as he patted the custom-made exoskeleton armor. A small hole opened in the custom-made exoskeleton armor, and a small white snake slithered out. It seemed to be very afraid of the transcendent outside. If it was not for the master's call, it would not have come out at all. Little White's body only explored outside for a while before it quickly returned to the custom-made exoskeleton armor. In just a short while, plus Little White did not deliberately hide its presence. The four transcendent Buffington recognized Little White's identity. "You raised a transcendent creature," the transcendent Buffington said with envy in his eyes. It was very troublesome for a transcendent creature to recognize its master, and the help a transcendent creature could provide in the battle against the Zergs was very limited. If they were not careful, the transcendent creature would be killed by the Zergs. Only a transcendent creature like Little White, who was born timid and small in size, could be carried around at any time without being targeted by the Zergs. Little White is good at tracking. As long as there is a presence, it can track the other party. David did not hide and told them about Little White's ability. "Little White's ability is so good," the transcendent Buffington said as his eyes lit up. Little White's ability was very useful for them to track prey in the Zerg's territory. As long as they found a clue, they could track the prey. This ability was what hunters liked the most. "I seem to see a lot of resources flying towards me," the transcendent Augustine, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said. The mission had not started yet, so the transcendent Augustine's words made everyone laugh. "David, you can be the scout when needed. If Little White is needed, we will distribute some spoils as Little White's reward," the transcendent Buffington decided. The transcendent nodded in agreement, and David had no objection. "Let's go." The transcendent Buffington waved his hand and said loudly, "You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.